COVID. And so we had to find a way, and because of that, we were not able to host the annual event. So we missed last year. So I'm very glad that we were able to work with our online modalities this year to bring the conference to you, the symposium to you. Today, this actually marks the 11th year of the Critical Caribbean Symposium. Of course, again, we weren't able to celebrate the Big 10 last year because of COVID. And so we wanted to take a moment at the beginning of this conference to just reflect back on the beginnings of the symposium and just let you guys know a little bit about what the symposia is about. And so I returned to the then College of the Bahamas in 2010, fresh from my PhD program, and started teaching our freshman, first year, second year writing courses, and some intro to Caribbean Lit courses, post-colonial theory courses, and realized that many of our Bahamian students were not familiar with a lot of the Caribbean academics, Caribbean thinkers, Caribbean people who have actually contributed to the world's knowledge. And so myself and a colleague at the time, Dr. Keith Lee Woodward, we were sitting around lamenting what's happening to our youth, what's happening to our Caribbean people, because they don't know what's going on. And so at that point, and actually in 2011 marked the 50th anniversary of the death of Frantz Fanon and Wretched of the Earth, the publication of Wretched of the Earth. And so we came up with the idea, okay, well, let's do something, because these folks don't know who this person is and what his work was about. And so we decided that we were going to put together, very last minute, some sort of discussion so that our students at least would be able to speak about Fanon and his work, to some extent. And so we thought about, okay, so who can we invite? How can we create this event? And so that was actually the birth of the first Critical Caribbean Symposiums series. It was never meant to be an ongoing event. It was just out of frustration. Look, we need to teach our kids about Frantz Fanon and who he is. And so we thought about what we could do, and we decided to create a one-day symposium, maybe invite a guest speaker, maybe have a panel. And so we actually ended up inviting Dr. Nigel Gibson to come in and speak. And we also had a few other panels. One of the things that we wanted to do as well, that we found at the College of the Bahamas, is that there wasn't a whole lot of cross-pollination. Everyone worked in their silos. And so one of the ideas that we had with Critical Caribbean Symposia series is to make it interdisciplinary. And so one of the things that we did, we reached out to the arts department, and we worked with the art teachers to have their students create artwork based on some excerpt from Fanon's work. And we had some really beautiful art pieces constructed out of that. And so that was the very first Critical Caribbean Symposium. And we came up with a mission statement I want to share with you. The mission of the Critical Caribbean Symposium series is to engage scholars from the Bahamas, the Caribbean, and beyond, from a wide range of disciplines in dialogues and conversations around the many social, political, cultural, economic, and environmental challenges facing the region today. The series will contribute significantly to establishing the College of the Bahamas as a center of critical debate and knowledge production in the fields of post-colonial, Caribbean, and African diasporic studies. This series goes a long way in fulfilling the college's mandate as a national tertiary institution to foster the intellectual development of students and the wider community by encouraging critical analysis and independent thought. And so that was the idea that we came up with. We also decided that we would alternate the focus each year. One year we would focus on a particular person of note in the Caribbean, and then the following year we would focus on an issue that the Caribbean or people in the Caribbean are dealing with. And so I just want to really quickly go over the different events that we've had over the last 10 years. As I said, in 2011, our conversation, 50 years later, Frantz Fanon's legacy to the Caribbean and the Bahamas, keynote speaker, Dr. Nigel Gibson. In 2012, from traditional theater to modern performance, keynote speaker, Raul Gibbons. 2013, a splice of space and time, celebrating the life and work of Kamau Brathwaite. Keynote speaker, Dr. Elaine Savory. 2014, Caribbean Festival Arts, keynote speaker, Dr. Joanne Tull. 2015, The Ever Unfinished Conversation, Engaging the Ideas of Stuart Hall, keynote speaker, Dr. Brian Meeks. 2016, Reparations, keynote speaker, Mr. Stephen Golding, and that was in collaboration with the Reparations Committee in the Bahamas. In 2017, I Go In Away, I Go In Home, Vernacular Spaces in Caribbean Literary and Performance Arts, keynote address, Dr. Christian Campbell. 2018, we did not host a Critical Caribbean Symposium event that year. 2019, African Diasporic Masculinities, keynote address, Dr. Tommy Curry. And of course, we know that 2020 was COVID. One of the things that we did do throughout the years, so after the success of the first and second Critical Caribbean Symposium, we realized that the conversation, just to have the conversation for 1 day or 2 days wasn't enough, because much to our surprise, people in the Bahamas wanted more conversation. And so growing out of the main event in November, we began hosting community conversations. And the idea for that was to take the conversations out of just the University of the Bahamas, or then College of the Bahamas campus, because that's where we hosted most of the events, and to take it out into the wider community, because we found that some people didn't really feel that the university was welcoming to them or that they belonged. And so we wanted to ensure the Bahamian public that these conversations should be had by everyone. And so we began to host monthly conversations based on some of the ideas that came out of the symposium in that November. And so we would do that in the spring semester. And so that brings us today to celebrating the cultural and intellectual legacy of Sylvia Wynter with our keynote address given by Dr. Aaron Kamugisha. And so again, I want to thank you all for celebrating this year with us, for joining us in this conversation. I want to thank the Critical Caribbean Symposium Committee. I want to thank the Dean of the School of Liberal and Fine Arts, Dr. Douglas Barkey. I want to thank the Chair of English Studies, Dr. Mayuri Dika. And I want to thank you all for joining us today. And now Dr. Marie Searsing will introduce our honored guest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith, and good morning to everyone. I'm Dr. Marie Searsing, Professor of English at the University of the Bahamas, and this year's co-chair of the Critical Caribbean Symposium series, entitled, as Dr. Smith indicated, Celebrating the Cultural and Intellectual Legacy of Sylvia Wynter. I'm pleased at this time to add my welcome to all of you in attendance and to our specially invited panelists. Thank you. It gives me great pleasure at this time to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Aaron Kamugisha. Dr. Kamugisha is the Ruth Simmons Professor of Africana Studies at Smith College. He did his PhD in social and political thought at York University in Toronto and was the 2007-2008 postdoctoral fellow in the Department of African American Studies at Northwestern University. He is the editor of 5 collections on Caribbean thought: Caribbean Political Thought, The Colonial State to Caribbean Internationalisms, and that was published in 2013. Caribbean Political Thought, Theories of the Post-Colonial State, very prolific also in 2013 with Yannick Hume. Caribbean Cultural Thought, From Plantation to Diaspora, also in the same year. And Caribbean Political Culture, Power, Politics, and Performance in 2016. Moreover, in 2016, there was a publication. He was editor along with Jane Gordon and Lewis Gordon and Neil Roberts. Title of the work, Journeys in Caribbean Thought, the Paget Henry Reader. He's also the co-editor, along with 14 other editors, of the Routledge Reader in African American Rhetoric, the long jury of Black Voices, which was published in 2018. In addition, Dr. Kamugisha has edited several special issues of journals. One with Alyssa Trotz, a special issue of Race and Class, October 2007. Caribbean Trajectories 200 Years On, to commemorate the 200th anniversary of British abolition of the slave trade. Additionally, the CLR James Journal special issue on Black Canadian Thought, which came out in the fall of 2014. And Small Acts number 49, which was published in March 2016 on Sylvia Wynter's Black Metamorphosis. He co-edited the Antigua and Barbuda Review of Books in the summer of 2017, a volume in honor of one of the leading scholars in the field of Caribbean philosophy, Paget Henry. His work has been published in journals such as Race and Class, Small Acts, the Philosophical Forum, Caribbean Quarterly, the Journal of Caribbean History, and the Journal of West Indian Literature. He is currently a member of the editorial working committee of the Journal Social and Economic Studies, a member of the editorial advisory board of the Journal of West Indian Literature, and a member of the editorial collective of the journal Small Acts, a Caribbean journal of criticism. Dr. Kamugisha's primary intellectual and research interests encompass the intellectual history and social, political, and cultural thought of the Caribbean, as is evident from his publications. Also, thought regarding the African diaspora. His latest book, Beyond Coloniality, Citizenship and Freedom in the Caribbean, Intellectual Freedom, was published by Indiana University Press with a simultaneous edition by the University of Witwatersrand Publishing Press in March of 2019. Dr. Kamugisha is also the co-executive director of Race and Resistance book series with Peter Lang Publishers, and is an inaugural member of the Other Universals Transnational Research Collective. So let us give a warm welcome to our keynote for this morning, Dr. Aaron Kamugisha.
Thank you. And I must say as an introduction that there is a sweet and beautiful pleasure when people who you've scarcely met, who you have no personal affiliation with, and thus do not know, write to you and say that they have been reading and enjoying your work, and they wish to invite you to be part of their scholarly community in the form of a lecture, a reasoning, or a visit. And while I have done lectures on Wynter's work in South Africa, Asia, North America, and Europe, this is the first time I've actually been invited to give a keynote address to a conference in the Caribbean on Sylvia Wynter's work, actually, or a keynote address to a conference in the Caribbean on any topic. And so this gathering really has a very special place for me, and I dare say will have so for some time to come. So I want to thank you, my colleagues at the University of Bahamas, Professor Sarah Singh, and Professor Smith, for the labor of making this happen. So, Sylvia Wynter's Caribbean. And those of even a passing interest and knowledge of the life and intellectual journey of Winter may wonder at the reason for my title. Is there really any doubt that Winter, born in the Halgoin province of Cuba in 1928, before she went to Jamaica at 2 years old, with an extraordinary career as a dancer, author, actress, and critic, is a Caribbean thinker of the first order? The Caribbean is so constantly the major subject of her essays and the theoretical source of her work. To speak of Sylvia Wynter's Caribbean seems almost a retelling of her entire life's journey and the entire corpus of her work. But yet, I can recall a time different from this one when I encountered Wynter's work in 1999-2000 when I was a graduate exchange student from the University of the West Indies in the African American Studies Department at the University of California, Berkeley. And this was a time in which Wynter's work was so much less known than it is today. Now, Caribbean thinkers had recognized Wynter's brilliance long before anyone in the American Academy, with the exception of the renegade Black intelligentsia in the American Academy. So in 1976, for example, in his famous The Love Axle essay, Camel Brathwaite referred to hers essay, "We Must Learn to Sit Down and Talk About a Little Culture." And this is what Camel said. He said, "This piece is one of our great critical landmarks, a major essay in literary ideas, and the first to be written in the West Indies." C.L.R. James, in a 1980 interview with Darrell Dunbar Dance, called her the most important woman writer in the Caribbean, an exceptional woman. And in his scribbled notes on a copy of her 1977 conference paper, The Politics of Black Culture, C.L.R. James wrote that this is the greatest mind the Caribbean has ever produced. It is also worth acknowledging, and here I'm going to share my screen. It is also worth acknowledging the first collections of essays and conference that emerged from the Caribbean on Wynter's work. So we can start here with the 2001 special issue of the Journal of West Indian Literature, entitled Sylvia Wynter, A Transculturalist Rethinking Modernity, the first collection of essays published on Wynter's work. The 2002 conference, After Man Towards a Human, The Thought of Sylvia Wynter, mainly organized by Paget Henry of Brown University, in which I was very privileged to attend. The subsequent book, mainly emerging out of that conference, After Man Towards a Human, Critical Essays on Sylvia Wynter, edited by Anthony Bogues, and the first book published in the remarkable Caribbean Reasoning series by Ian Randall Publishers. All of these are emerging then from the Caribbean, as did the landmark Out of the Kumbla, containing her legendary afterword, Beyond Miranda's Meanings. This great edited collection, one of the most important collections of the last 30 years on Caribbean intellectual history, on literary culture, the collection that announces to the world Caribbean feminist literary criticism, with a signature afterword by Sylvia Wynter. But these points of provenance and editorial labor are far from all that we may say here. And I don't want to be misunderstood, even though this is perhaps inevitable. I want to make it clear here that I celebrate the exceptional growth in knowledge of Wynter's work and recognition of her in the last decade, of which my own work and my colleague Catherine McKittrick's Sylvia Wynter on Being Human as Praxis has made a contribution. And I should say here that Catherine McKittrick and I met when we were both graduate students in December 2000 at a conference in California, and we've closely supported each other's and celebrated in each other's work on Wynter since. Yet beyond this work, I must, if I may wryly borrow from Stuart Hall's turn of phrase, and I'm thinking of Stuart Hall in his cultural studies and this theoretical legacies essay, I must remark on my astonishment at the theoretical fluency of uses of Wynter in the contemporary American Academy, especially of the last 5 to 6 years, post McKittrick's edited collection and my own special issue of Small Acts on Black Metamorphosis. And this should not be surprising given the power of the work and how much it speaks to so many of the conundrums of modern existence. Wynter is, similar to Frantz Fanon, C.L.R. James, and Aimé Césaire, a global and world historical intellectual whose work will be read and marveled at for generations to come. Readings and appropriations of her work at various levels of theoretical inventiveness will no doubt abound. But yet I wonder about what gets lost when the Caribbean, so much the heart of Winter's speculations, gets abstracted or glossed out of the picture. And I want to proffer three main points on the challenges this poses prior to turning to my main address. The first one is this: the entry point to Winter's work, whatever one's focus, is invariably an article on the Caribbean experience. Two examples. If you wish to encounter Winter's literary criticism, you would do well to start with We Must Learn to Sit Down, her 1968-69 essay, followed by Novel and History, and long before On Disenchanting Discourse, Minority Criticism and Beyond. If one wants Winter on aesthetics, you should begin with John Canoe in Jamaica, go to In Quest of Matthew Bondman, prior to Rethinking Aesthetics, which itself is an intervention in the first major book of critical essays on Caribbean cinema. Secondly, on Black Metamorphosis, of which I've written of previously, Winter's great unpublished text from the 1970s, we should clarify and note that it does not represent a transition and departure by Winter from thinking about and writing on the Caribbean. Rather, it represents a pathway through which we can trace, particularly in its first half, Winter's constant preoccupations with the Caribbean, which did not decline after her departure from the region in 1974, and remained the edifice surrounding which her theory of the human will be constructed from the mid-1980s. Her 1970 essay, John Canoe in Jamaica, bears the heaviest responsibility for Black Metamorphosis. As she notes in the 1980 interview, the one with Darrell Dance, and she states the following: since then, the publication of John Canoe in Jamaica, I have been working and reworking the idea of the original paper, and I've found parallels here in the United States and all over the Caribbean. Thirdly, Caribbean thinkers stand at the center of Winter's theoretical speculations. And to give one of many examples, and many more will be coming in what I give you, in her 2008 essay, Human Being as Noun or Human Being as Praxis, in which she pays tribute to the then recently passed Aimé Césaire, she says the following about Césaire: the range of his work has been foundational to everything that I myself have attempted to do. And her depth of Fanon, of course, is well known. She has written 3 essays on C.L.R. James, which are the most she has ever written on any thinker, and which I will address at some length below. So what I'm going to do today, and my plan onwards is as follows. I'm going to take 2 moments in Winter's career so we can see her depth to the Caribbean. The first comes in the 1984 moment after Winter is given Black Metamorphosis a rest and is moving towards her series of essays on the human. And the second is her work on the Caribbean intellectual tradition, threaded through a reading of her work on C.L.R. James. So, Sylvia Winter. For Winter, the advent of independence in the Caribbean signaled a shift from an imperialism secured by territorial conquest to what she terms a properly epistemological imperialism. And a major part of the crisis of a contemporary Caribbean is that while we are aware of and have been engaged in the past with a battle for political and economic sovereignty, we still have not come to terms yet for Winter with the need for ontological sovereignty. And is this crisis, as present today as at the moment of independence, that demands a rethinking of our understanding of the nature of being human? Now, Winter's tremendous philosophical enterprise is not, unlike much African diasporic scholarship of the last few decades, indebted to theories of the modern. Rather than traditional modernity, Winter deals in concepts such as epistemic ruptures, liminality, symbolic life and death, and genres of the human in her theorization of the processes by which the modern world has come into being. Behind her work are the contributions of a diverse group of scholars, including prominently Gregory Bateson, Bowman, Blumenberg, Foucault, Legas, Mudimbe, Pagden, Pocock, to name some of the most frequently cited. But also, pressingly and most notably, the Caribbean scholars Aimé Césaire, Frantz Fanon, and C.L.R. James. A vision of the creation of the modern world emerges from this, which centers the history of the last 500 years and illustrates the coloniality of modernity and the modernity of coloniality in a manner that refuses the separation of one concept from the other. Unlike scholars who argue for the centrality of slavery to Western modernity, Winter's work suggests that a gaze further back to the beginnings of a colonization of the New World is needed to fully assess the creation and perpetuation of coloniality, modernity, empire, a perspective shared by Latin Americanists like Henri Dussel and Walter Mignolo. Winter studied Spanish literature in London, specializing in the Golden Age and Renaissance, and this significantly moved her away from the Anglo-centered scholarship of many intellectuals in the Anglophone Caribbean. Jamaica's colonization by Spain, though almost 3 centuries past when Winter was born, had already been a scholarly preoccupation for Winter, as we can see in her period in the Caribbean in the 1960s, as we can see in her essay on Bernardo de Balbuena, which was published in Jamaica Journal, a truly incredible essay. But by 1984, though, Winter had been living in the United States for 10 years. By this time, she had seemingly given up her Black Metamorphosis project and was in transition to something new, which would become her landmark essay, The Ceremony Must Be Found, which I'll discuss shortly. However, at the same time, her association with the Jamaican government fortuitously allowed Winter in the 1983-1984 academic year to conduct research on New Seville, the 3rd oldest Spanish city in the Western Hemisphere and the oldest in Jamaica. And this resulted in the pamphlet by her, New Seville, Major Facts and Major Questions, which was published by the Jamaica National Trust Commission in 1984. And it was supposedly, originally supposed to be an excerpt from an unfinished book by Winter titled The Rise and Fall of New Seville. Winter was also motivated at this time by the coming quincentennial of Columbus's arrival in the Americas, which stimulated her to start developing, as she would term it, a new interpretation of 1492, outside either the purely celebratory terms of a Western perspective or the purely reactive terms of an anti-Western one, to see what it had meant, not just within the terms of Western history, but at the level of human history as a whole, end quote. So the aim here is to reconstruct the way that the modern world came into being, which shows it to be wedded to coloniality in a manner that belies the need for a polemical assertion of the terror at modernity's heart. So this retelling of a tale of a creation of a Western world is conducted by Winter primarily via a tale of the mutation of epistemes, with each epistemic break heralding a new form of man, which is a hegemonic representation of what is considered to be a good man or woman of its time. Winter has frequently told parts of this elaborate tale in her various essays, and it's 3 of them that I'm actually going to turn to at the moment. And these are New Seville and the Conversion Experience of Bartolome de las Casas, which was published in Jamaica Journal in 1984, which I'm going to spend the most time on, The Ceremony Must Be Found After Humanism, and also 1492, A New World View. Now, the career of Bartolome de las Casas is of considerable significance for Winter, as the debates surrounding his thought on the native people of the Caribbean point to the tragedy that befell them and later people of African descent, and also the fundamental shift in Western thought that accompanied the discovery of the New World. Las Casas is known today as not only one of the most passionate defenders of the native people against the genocidal conditions that they labored under, but as a cleric who originally justified the importation of African labor into the Americas, a position which he later recanted with quite extraordinary eloquence. And it's worth, looking at and being aware of what Las Casas actually said here in his recant. Winter's concern, however, centers on the debate between Las Casas and the Spanish humanist scholar Ginés de Sepúlveda at Valladolid in 1550 to 1551. And this debate was an attempt to resolve the question of what kind of relation, hierarchical or reciprocal, was to be established between the 2 modes of the human that now confronted each other on the Caribbean islands and the mainland territories. It also proposed to answer the question of how to account for people whose existence now placed in question the universality of the Christian scheme, and who had not had a chance to hear the Christian gospel in a realm that was thought up to the time of Columbus to be uninhabitable. For Winter, the debate, and I refer now to my slide, the debate at Valladolid can be seen as the official occasion of a conceptual revolution that formally ushered in the modern world. In his victory, Sepulveda, in spite of his use of his still hybrid use of religious terminology and concepts, can be said to have provided the first secular operational self-definition of the human subject, one which was dependent on a represented essential difference between modes of the human. So this is all Winter in her essay, New Seville and the Conversion Experience of Bartolome de las Casas, which comes out at the end of that year. She spends in Jamaica doing research on New Seville and returning to this question of the Spanish presence in the New World at that time. Relying on ideas about the capacities of reason and different groups of humans, Sepulveda is symptomatic of according to Winter, of a new humanist and racial concentric conception of the human, the political subject of the state, and could argue that practices such as human sacrifice represented a fundamental lack of reason among the native peoples. This argument, a mutation of the pre-existing Christian theocentric conception of a human, could later be applied to enslaved Africans, who Sepulveda would say they are disobedient by nature, and thus also lacking natural reason. Bartolome de las Casas, according to Winter, lost that debate because he was at once behind his time and also ahead of his time. In his response to assertions about the lack of natural reason in the native people, Las Casas argued, and I refer to the slide I have up, to sacrifice innocence for the salvation of a commonwealth is not opposed to natural reason. It's not something abominable and contrary to nature, but it is an error that has its origin in natural reason itself. So in short, Winter says, what Las Casas is saying is that all the peoples of the world, all men are rational. It is their rationality that define them. And she's saying that Las Casas' discovery and observation here at Valladolid, even though he loses the debate, is as significant as Columbus's. And so Winter would declare, Columbus with his empirical voyage made possible a science of geography based on a purely encyclopedia knowledge of the earth. Las Casas at Valladolid made the same leap, not to be followed up upable until our own century, with respect to the possibility of a science of human systems based on the encyclopedic knowledge of their laws of functioning. And the issue here is one of representation and how it figures in the conceptual schemes of human systems of thought. So Winter would declare the following: we think in the mode of the symbolic self-representation, as we act upon the mode upon the world in the mode of our hands. And both the insights and oversights, Las Casas' errors, are always governed by our historically relative systems of self-representation. For Winter, then, our quest has to be to put an end to the prehistory of the human and instead take as the object of our metadisciplinary inquiry the 1,000 representations out of which a human has woven itself and its others. And I've given you a close reading of New Seville and the conversion experience of Bartolome de las Casas. And is this necessary here in its attention to the moments of epistemic change and continuity, the partial victories of one regime of thought, and the urgent need for new forms of self-awareness? Because in seeing all of those things, we understand the organization of many of the arguments that Winter is going to make in her text from 1984 onwards. It also highlights the Caribbean provenances of Winter's arguments, because we need to recall here that Las Casas' conversion experience, in which he becomes a passionate defender of native people, actually takes place during his sojourn in Cuba. And also, Winter was stimulated to write all of this due to her research in Jamaica. Now, This lesser-known essay by Las Casas was published in the same year as the essay considered often to announce a return to the theory of the human, The Ceremony Must Be Found After Humanism, which makes its appearance later in 1984. And I've given you the table of contents of that remarkable triple issue of Boundary 2 on the humanism and the university, with incredibly important contributions there. Winter has that pride of place. She leads off the collection, but there are very important articles there by Spanos, by Jan Mohammed, and it also sees, I believe, the debut of the very heralded and much republished essay by Chandra Mohanty under Westernized Feminist Scholarship and Colonial Discourses. So this is an incredibly important collection of work that was published by Boundary 2 in 1984. And so The Ceremony Must Be Found was undoubtedly a landmark in Winter's work. As here for the first time, she gives an extensive reading of the legacy of Renaissance humanism and its invention of Western man. The heresy of the first humanism was the writing of secular knowledge. The epistemological shift of Renaissance humanism invented secular man, an achievement that was inherently flawed, since the human was invented on the basis of one type, that of Western bourgeois man. And so Winter will say, the heresy of Estadia was therefore to lie in its break with the higher system of divinely sanctioned identity and its absolutized worldviews or racial morphic apparatus, in its release of rhetorical man from the margins, orienting his behaviors by a new ordering secular logos, the natural logos of humanism, which took the place of the Christian theologos. And so the new men of this time struggled for revaluation of natural man in political terms. And they come upon this term called man to define themselves in opposition to the Christian. And this desupernaturalization of belonging within a community based on the interests of these city-state dwellers who wanted to be citizens with political rights required the creation of a new realm of authority. And here, Winter goes on and continues, the authority of reason, the reason coded by the natural logos of humanism, based on the explanatory principle of a natural causality, verified by the truth of empirical reality, moved into the place of a vanished authority. And the configured macro concept of natural causality now took the place of divine causality as the original cause, the extra-human source of a new principle of sameness and difference expressed in a new structural opposition, that of reason and its lax state. The processes which created this newly invented rational Western man are impossible to understand without reflecting on the conquest of the Americas, as seen in the debate between Las Casas and Sepulveda. In this schema, the order of spiritual imperfection, imperfection, will be replaced by rational perfection, imperfection, mapped onto a distinction made between man and its others, which for Winter would become the basis of the coloniality of being and the foundational basis of modernity. So the historian Anthony Pagden's tracing of the changing ways in which native peoples were perceived by the Spaniards, from nature's slaves to nature's children, points not just to the fungibility of categories while in the service of empire, but the ways in which submission to the rational order of the political state was now necessitated by the hegemonic order of knowledge. The category of natural slaves imposed upon the native peoples was dispensed with in favor of the category of civil state slaves for the arriving enslaved Africans, facilitating the treatment of them as legal merchandise and the institutionalization of chattel slavery. Racial difference thus became one of the founding categories of the modern state. Again, Winter now in the 1492 essay. The new order of a secularizing modern state would map its own role allocating mechanisms and unifying code of symbolic conspecificity upon a new order, notion of order. This new notion was going to be based on a by nature difference between Europeans on the one hand and peoples of indigenous and African descent on the other. So What does this all mean? Well, Winter is opening up new perspectives on the history of the idea of race in the Caribbean, transforming Caribbean political theory and Western political thought. So we could take a look, for example, at the slave laws of Barbados. And I turn to this one because this is a part of my current research. And of course, the slave laws of Barbados, and particularly the 1661 law, moves from there throughout the Western Hemisphere and is one of the earliest and most important laws. But if we even look at this Act of 1668, and I'm just going to read part of it to you. The 1668 Act declaring the Negro slaves of the island to be real estate. Okay, I'll just read the first paragraph. I know the font is too small for you to see. Whereas a very considerable part of the wealth of this island consists in our Negro slaves, without whose labor and service we should be utterly unable to manage our plantations here, thereby relieving our own wants and bringing that considerable increase of revenue which the place affords unto his Majesty's coffers as well here as in England. And whereas some laws have arisen and other great inconveniences have followed, where diverse persons dying intestate have left their own right and benefit of their Negro slaves to be by law disputed between their heirs, executors, and administrators, onwards, skipping a bit, for a full remedy of these inconveniences, and to the intent that the heir and widow who claims dower may not have bare land without Negroes to manure the fame. Let me see. Let me fully known and determined. I'm just trying to skip part. You know, these 17th century laws are so long-winded. That basically, all in all, it's fine writing for me too. All in all, this is the act in which Black people, Negro slaves, are declared real estate, so that they can be transferred more easily on the dying of persons without wills. Okay. So Winter gives us a particular perspective on Western political thought in which it becomes impossible after Winter to understand the last 500 years of Western political thought without constantly thinking of questions of colonization, questions of genocide, questions of transatlantic slavery, questions of coloniality. So for Winter now, in the 19th century, Darwinism was going to play a crucial role in the invention of secular man, as it would, according to her, utterly demolish the argument from divine design. Race then becomes a fundamental understanding that legitimizes Western man's overrepresentation as a human. And so I give you Winter from her Africa the West essay. Man is not the human, although it represents itself as if it were. It is a specific local cultural conception of the human, that of the Judeo-Christian West, in its now purely secularized form. Its other, therefore, is not woman, as I hope to show. Rather, because man conceives of itself through its origin narrative or official creation story of evolution as having been bioevolutionary selected, its other or others are necessarily those categories of human who are projected in the terms of the same origin narrative as having been bioevolutionary deselected, i.e. all native peoples, and most extremely to the ultimate 0 degree, all peoples of African descent, wholly or partially, who are negatively marked as defective humans within the terms of man's self-conception. So the terror of Western colonial reason creates other subtypes of otherness and other ultimate modes of otherness based on race, which for Winter include, and I quote, the lower classes as a lack of a normal class, that is the middle class, all other cultures as a lack of a normal culture, that is Western culture, the non-heterosexual as a lack of heterosexuality, represented as a biologically selected mode of erotic preference, woman as a lack of a normal sex, the male. And all of this we can see in the 1492 essay. And this is not identical to a privileging of race over class, gender, or sexuality. Okay, nor is it a faddish post-colonialism which may seek to meld all four into ultimately liberal humanism. Instead, what Winter is trying to clarify here is the foundational epistemological priority of race in the creation of modernity and the colonial world. The task that Winter places before us is to effect a transformation of a magnitude similar to that of the Renaissance, and to create a body of thought that for the first time can result in the birth of a human. And so she says as follows in her great essay, Unsettling the Coloniality of Being Power Through Freedom. She says, since what joins us, all of these challenges, from that of Las Casas to all of those of our contemporary order, is their profound challenge to the overrepresentation of man, and therefore the coloniality of being power through freedom, to which such our overrepresentation leads. End quote. So the crisis that man's overrepresentation of the human leads us towards have their origins in European man and the colonial comprador elite. But now, while that center of domination remains, the genre of the human that requires subversion is beyond even those groups. And so she says there, this issue is that of the genre of the human, the issue whose target of abolition is the ongoing collective production of our present ethno-class mode of being human man. Overall, its overrepresentation of its well-being as that of the human species as a whole, rather than as it is veridically, that of the Western and Westernized, or conversely, global middle classes. Now, the problem with previous humanisms is in part that there were only partial humanisms. They're ethno-humanisms, constructed on the basis that Western bourgeois man is the human, and therefore they're incapable of giving us a history of the human. So when pressed in an interview by David Scott on why then should we re-enchant the human in humanism, David Scott asks Winter, Winter would say the following: we have to recognize the dimensions of the breakthroughs that these first humanisms made possible at the level of human cognition, and therefore of the possibility of our eventual emancipation, of our eventual full autonomy as human beings, end quote. The West, then, is not just a local culture like any other, but it's one whose enchantments subvert our autonomy as a species and have resulted in a genre of the human that imperils the habitat of the human and the continuation of our species. And I want to turn now to how we assess all of this, specifically in relation to how this style of reading by Winter allows us to comprehend a great figure in the Caribbean intellectual tradition. And here I'm choosing CLR James. CLR James, the figure that Winter has written most essays on of any thinker. And I want to start here with a 1972 unpublished talk that Winter did at a conference on CLR James at the University of West Indies Mona campus in Jamaica. She gave a public consideration at that time, which has echoes of her recent essays, or then recent essays, Novel in History and John Canoe in Jamaica, but with an eye to the global revolutionary sympathies then emerging in her preliminary sketches of Black metamorphosis. And this is what Winter has to say. James, for some 40 years, has analyzed this crisis, has warned about it, has shown what is to him the only way out, a world revolution in the material basis of existence, in man's view of reality and of himself. A new perspective which will make possible man's urgent realization of his own humanity, so that in the words of another Caribbean native, Jose Marti, man can live not as he does now, as a wolf among wolves, but as a man among men. Now, the castaway culture of the Caribbean, forever denied legitimacy by the colonial state and its post-colonial quislings, would become for Winter the crucial link between her work and that of CLR James. And it's here that Winter's turn to liminality is essential. Winter borrows the concept of liminality from the anthropologist Esmeralda Guess, who describes a person positioned in the liminal category as one who potentially generates conscious change by exposing all the injustices inherent in the structure. And here we can see echoes of Winter's prior work on Black experience, particularly her 1979 essay, Sambos and Minstrels, published in the inaugural issue of Social Texts, in which she declared that the pain, the angst of those posited as non-norms compelled examination of the functioning of the symbolic order itself. In her essay, After the New Man, James, Les Damnés, and the autonomy of human cognition, Winter would provocatively link Leges's liminality to Fanon's damnés in order to make the claim that the damnés, and I quote her, can alone reveal what the rules that govern the truth of our present role allocating and system integrating logos must necessarily be. As Winter puts it in her famous NHI essay, the starving fella, Fanon pointed out, does not have to inquire into the truth. They are the truth. It is we who institute this truth. We must now undo their narratively condemned status. So, for Winter, the condemned of the earth are a transnational group, more linked by the experience of abjectness than by race, nation, or culture, but the experience of African diasporic populations, those forced to pay the most total psycho-existential price for the Euro-American West victory, may well be decisive. So beyond coloniality does not exist in a future theory or in a future heaven. It exists in the creative self-activity of the African diasporic masses. James and Winter knew only too well the profound questions living in an anti-Black world raised about the responsibilities of Caribbean and Africana intellectuals. Speaking at the 1969 conference in Cuba, James would reach a position that, and I quote him, intellectuals should prepare the way for the abolition of the intellectuals as embodiment of culture. And the key word here may well be embodiment, through which the authority of intellectuals as legislators and interpreters allows them to attribute meaning and value to cultural phenomena. What James perceives here, and is in concert with his work of the 1960s, is that the terrain of the popular will eclipse the intellectual's ability to explain its meaning. Winter would go further. Intellectuals, she says, as in a fabulous phrase, grammarians of our present epistemological order, produce and establish the forms of truth that result in the condemned of the earth. As a result of intellectual complicity, the momentous task facing the radical third world intelligentsia is to have the moral and intellectual courage and epistemic daring to demand the human aftermath. The intellectual's journey on the road to class power is to be expected, and relegates her to a counter-hegemonic perhaps, but not a decisively radical rendition of human dreams of emancipation. The Caribbean popular for James and Winter contained different possibilities that they both made decisive contributions towards giving an interpretation of meaning, and became for Winter the site of her deepest exploration of a legacy of James's work. Today, Caribbean popular culture is the most powerful force that socializes contemporary Caribbean citizens into an understanding of their identities, the limits of their citizenship, and the meaning of their worlds. Winter's reading of James, threaded through her quest for a radical uprising beyond bourgeois domination, is a singularly insightful reading of the Caribbean intellectual tradition and popular culture. And in her essay, In Quest of Matthew Bondman, Some Cultural Notes on the Jamesian Journey, Winter gives the first of her three readings of a life work of C.L.R. James, and a culmination of her ideas on the quest for sovereignty by the native in the New World. Matthew Bondman was the first character sketched by James in Beyond the Boundary, and he lived next door to James during his childhood. And this is Winter quoting James, Beyond the Boundary. His eyes were fierce, his language was violent, and his voice was loud. He refused to take a job, but with a cricket bat in hand, he was all grace and style. So Bondman was not one of the deserving proletariat. He was, according to James's aunt, good for nothing else except to play cricket. But here, Winter makes her intervention. To realize their full powers, to give them full play, the Bondmans had to live in an alternative cosmology, an underground culture which they reconstituted for themselves. In addition, it meant that the total blockage of realization of their powers, the prevention of their living of their own radical historicity, their subordination to the historicality of the productive forces, would therefore impel the Bondmans of the world, les damnés de la terre, as Fanon defines them, to demand, to desire as that by which alone they can live, not the liberation of the productive forces, liberalism and Marxism-Leninism, but the liberation of man. And I truly believe that this is a great moment in Caribbean letters. Here, the condemned of the earth reject not just coloniality, but Eurocentric social theory in both its liberal and radical guises. Affect, resistance, pleasure, play, modernity, power, and desire are transformed into something new. But it's not without its contradictions. One could persuasively argue that Winter relies here on a version of Marxism that denies the search for human value beyond estranged labor in Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, where Marx would say the following: if we assume man to be man, and his relation to the world to be a human one, then love can be exchanged only for love, trust for trust, and so on. And here I should give a shout out to an incredible course by David McNally, which he taught us at York University, From Hegel to Marx, in which I first encountered Marx's economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844. So there's an intricate question, impossible to explore here, about the critical yield of a theory that, to quote Winter, defines Marx's class struggle in terms of a politics of being. However, Winter captures well the essence of James's mid-20th century work on culture, his quest to uncover a properly socialist desire, Timothy Brannan's phrase on James, to fashion a world in which everyone can find an activity that allows them to give their powers full play. Bondman, then, is both the price of Western bourgeois man and the key to unlocking the fictions that govern our present mode of being. Now, in her unpublished contribution to the 1991 Wellesley Conference on C.L.R. James, a different aspect of James's thought will be considered by Winter. Here, the two key, Winter refers to them as scriptural texts, would be James's Notes on Dialectics, his major contribution to Marx's theory from 1948, and his lecture From du Bois to Fanon. The prescience of James's Notes on Dialectics would have been particularly clear to Winter in 1991, 2 years after the end of Soviet domination of Eastern European countries, and mere months away from the collapse of the USSR itself. In Notes on Dialectics, James undertakes a philosophical inquiry into how the Soviet Union became not merely a deformed worker state, but a state capitalist regime with the Gulag as its natural consequence. For Winter, the definition of human emancipation in the terms that empowered your group interests, representing this interest as that of human emancipation in general, becomes for Winter this flaw, which leads inevitably to a deontological schema from whose abductive frames of inference specific behaviors will logically follow, including the behaviors that led to the gulags of the Soviet Union and Cambodia, to the hardliners' precipitation of a Grenadier tragedy. In a reading From Du Bois to Fanon, Winter weds James's warning about the fate of society if it ignores those that suffer condemnation within it. In James's words, all on earth will be condemned, to Beyond the Boundaries Matthew Bondman and the concept of a new poor in post-industrial Western society. James's work for Winter can enable us to effect a rupture with the telos of material redemption that lies at the heart of both liberalism and Marxism-Leninisms. These critical darts against the illusions of mainstream Marxist theory, coupled with an exploration of the popular in James's writings, would reach their zenith in Winter's last published article on James. With the break from Marxism, which he first denounced in Black Metamorphosis Assured, Winter would state the following: that the capitalist mode of production is a subset of the bourgeois mode of accumulation, which so constitutes the basis of middle-class hegemony. To the Marxist category of reserve labor, Winter presents lower categories of human lives, in effect, reserve lives produced through coloniality. The Caribbean popular that James would write about with such brilliance after 25 years outside the region in Beyond the Boundary is an event with a global presence and significance. And so, here Winter, the great unifying forms of our times are no longer, as in the case of cricket, coded under the hegemony of middle-class cultural mores. What we are experiencing is a cultural shift of historical magnitude, a shift that James pointed to in the lectures on modern politics given in Trinidad. The great unifying cultural forms of our time, beginning with the jazz culture and its derivatives, are popular. This is the significance of Calypso and Carnival, of the reggae and Rastafarianism. This is the significance of the Jamesian poesis. James gives us, for winter, a vision of life that unfurls new vistas on a livable future, both for ourselves and for the socio-biosphere we inhabit. And the secret of James's thought extends beyond the categories advanced to comprehend it. So in a radio interview, when asked on the 10th anniversary of his death by David Austin, what was the most important aspect of James's thought, Winter would reply with a comment breathtaking in its economy of meaning and words. She said the following: "It was his tremendous revindication of what it means to be human, which is always put down in the bourgeois conception of man." And Winter might have easily have been talking about her own work. Ranging across centuries of Black underlife experience, with few aspects of modern existence untouched, her work opens a possibility, the promise, the urgent relevance of an encounter with a humanly livable world in our lifetimes. And so, to move towards my conclusion, I want to bring us back to two passages from Winter, which I believe are the most poignant for our times. But first, a moment from this week. Last Saturday night, a draft agreement emerged from the COP26 conference. And it was described by Asad Rahman, who is spokesperson of the COP26 coalition of the world's most influential environmental groups, as follows. The agreement is an utter betrayal of the people. It is hollow words on the climate emergency from the richest countries with an utter disregard of science and justice. The UK government greenwash and PR have spun us off course. The rich refuse to do their share with more empty words on climate finance and turning their back on the poorest who are facing a crisis of COVID coupled with economic and climate apartheid, all caused by the actions of the richest. It's immoral for the rich to sit here talking about their future children and grandchildren when the children of the South are suffering now. This COP has failed to keep 1.5C alive and set us on a pathway to 2.5C, all while claiming to act as they set the planet on fire. At COP26, the richest got what they came here for and the poorest leave with nothing. The people are rising up across the globe to hold our governments and corporations to account and to make them act. And with this, I want to reflect on Winter, two quotes by Winter to move us towards a conclusion. The first is from The Pope Must Have Been Drunk, The King of Castile, a Madman, Culture as Actuality, and the Caribbean Rethinking Modernity. Human beings are magical, bios and logos, words made flesh, muscle and bone animated by hope and desire, belief materialized in deeds, deeds which crystallize our actualities. And the maps of spring always have to be withdrawn again in undared forms. And the other, a quote that I cited earlier from New Seville and the conversion experience of Bartolome de las Casas. It is not man, but it's systems of representation that should be accused. We truly absolve, Las Casas said, when putting an end to the prehistory of the human, we take as an object of our multidisciplinary inquiry because the present separation between the natural and the social sciences is itself a culture-specific representation, the 1,000 representations out of which a human has woven itself and its others. Speaking this morning virtually to you in the Bahamas, a country that I've never visited, but I am with you in spirit in the Bahamas today. I'm aware that your country lies at the front line of a struggle against climate change in the Caribbean, as evidenced by the terrific desolation and anguish and loss of life caused by Hurricane Dorian in 2019. Perhaps the greatest legacy that winter has given us in the region lies in these two quotes above. Let us put an end to the prehistory of the human that is Western man. Let us acknowledge the magic that is human life in undared forms, Césaire's phrase, and reflect on the thousands of representation of human life in our search for embattled futures beyond coloniality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamugisha, for much food for thought and a wonderful job done of the genealogy of Dr. Winter's thought, etc. And at this time, in the interest of time, I'm wondering if we can forego questions for our keynote and then move into the panels and perhaps a Q&A subsequently. Dr. Smith, what's your feeling on that? Can we entertain a couple of questions now, or should we move into panel one?
I think that I believe a few of the other panelists had a bit of a time crunch. And so if it's okay, maybe during the Q&A, we can just do all the Q&A after the end of panel one, if that's okay with Dr. Kamugisha.
Oh, definitely. I'm a little exhausted. Also, I'm brain frozen at the moment. So yes, I do, and I'm looking forward to hearing the wonderful panelists. Yes.
That sounds perfect. All right, and so without further ado, we move into the first panel, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Nyambe Hall Campbell Dean, who is on spot. So Dr. Dean, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I will introduce our panelists that we have today. Starting off with Dr. Chris Manjapara from Tufts University, who will be speaking on Sylvia Wynter, Black Archipelagic Theory and the Performance of Fugitive Freedom. Dr. Manjapara joined Tufts History Department in 2008. He studies global, transnational, and comparative history. He is especially interested in connected histories of the global South. His work adopts post-colonial and critical perspectives in the study of race, colonialism, diaspora, and capitalism. Dr. Manjapara's most recent book is Colonialism in Global Perspective. His book, Age of Entanglement, German and Indian Intellectuals Across Empire, explored the tangled cultural politics of Indian and German thinkers during the long 19th century in the age of anti-colonial nationalism. It received the International 2019 Merck Tagore Award. Dr. Manjapara serves as the chair of the Department of Studies in Race, Colonialism, and Diaspora. He has held fellowships from the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation, the Radcliffe Institute of Advanced Study, and the Wissenschaft Kolleg zu Berlin. He is honored to be the 2017 recipient of the Lillian and Joseph Liebner Award for Excellence in Teaching and Advising of Students at Tufts. So we look forward to that. Our next panelist, Dr. Rinaldo Walcott of the University of Toronto, will be presenting on Sylvia Wynter and the problem of the human. Rinaldo Walcott is a professor and director of Women and Gender Studies Institute at the University of Toronto. His research is centered in Black diaspora politics, gender and sexuality, and decolonial politics. Rinaldo is the author of Black Like Who, Writing Black Canada, and Queer Returns, essays on multiculturalism, diaspora, and Black studies. He is also the editor of Rude Contemporary Black Canadian Cultural Criticism and the co-editor with Roy Moodley of Counseling Across Beyond Cultures, exploring the work of Clement Von Tress in clinical practice. Rinaldo has recently published The Long Emancipation, Moving Towards Black Freedom, and an essay, Black Diaspora Faggotry Frames and Readings Limits and Black Life Post BLM and the Struggle for Freedom, which are forthcoming. Our third panelist is Dr. Tanya Haynes from the University of West Indies, Cave Hill, who will be speaking to us from Women's Studies After Winter. Dr. Tanya Haynes is the first graduate of the Institute of Gender and Developmental Studies, Nita Barrow's unit, PhD program, proudly representing a new generation of homegrown Caribbean feminist scholars. Animated by the liberatory potential of Caribbean feminisms, Dr. Tanya Haynes has published essays on Caribbean feminisms and the feminist thought in Small Acts, a Caribbean journal of criticism, Archipelagos, Journal of Eastern Caribbean Studies and Love and Power, Caribbean Discourses on Gender. Her research and gender-based violence is published in Global Public Health and Social and Economic Studies. She is the co-editor with Dr. Tammy Navarro of the special issue of The Scholar and Feminist online entitled Caribbean Feminisms, Interventions in Scholarship, Art, and Activism Across the Region. In 2011, she was a visiting scholar in the GEXCEL program at Linköpings Universitet in Sweden. A passionate educator, Dr. Haynes is a 2018 recipient of the Center for Excellence in Teaching and Learning Guild of Student Recognition Award for outstanding contribution to student learning. On behalf of the IGDS, NBU, Dr. Haynes led Caribbean partnerships and interface between government, civil society, and academia towards progressive economic and social policy making with global partner regions refocus and technical support of the Caribbean Development Bank. She is also the lead at the EU-funded Liberty Project in collaboration with the Barbados Council for the Disabled and Eastern Caribbean Alliance for Diversity and Equality. Since convening the Catch a Fire Young Feminist Groundings in 2012, Dr. Haynes has been most passionate about learning from and collaborating with queer and feminist organizers in the region and the global South. So please welcome all of our panelists. I think that we are still awaiting one of our panelists.
Everyone is here, Nyambi.
Oh, everyone's here? Okay, great. So we'll start with you, Chris, if you are ready to go.
Thank you so much, Nyambi. What an honor to be with all of you. It feels very good to be in your company. Nyambi, can I ask how long should I present for?
20 minutes. You got 20.
Thank you so much. I think I'll be shorter than that and keep us on target. So I wanted to present on this theme of what Sylvia Wynter's work means to me at a personal level, and then work from there to a more theoretical kind of reflection. And my very simple response to this question is Sylvia Wynter's work represents poetry to me, and the poetry of her work, or rather the invitation to engage in a certain kind of poetics, is part and parcel with her invitation to then engage in a certain mode of thinking. And that through the poetics and the language and the thinking that she has invited me as a scholar, as a researcher, as a Black person in the world, as an activist to pursue. Her language, her invitation to a new language has also invited me to reflect more deeply on this key concept of being, my being in the world, the being that we might call Black being in the world, and the collective experience of Black being, not just located in any nation or any region, but at a global level. And then ultimately seeing this new language that she has instituted as being essential to understanding the structure, the order, to use her word, of the world in which we live, as well as the possibilities, the ongoing possibilities for futurism and for change. So that's kind of where I wanted to go, is kind of a reflection on Sylvia Wynter's language and poetics, and I'm going to now use her language as I kind of think this through in a slightly more theoretical way. Wynter's focus on the question of being and on the description, as she would say, of Black being, and on the poetics of Black being and its relation to politics is absolutely essential to how we might think of the trajectory of Black studies in the 20th century and now the 21st century. Her emphasis on the sociogenesis of being, as she called it, emphasizes this ongoing dynamic between, on one hand, the devalorization or the disselection of Black being, the description of Blackness in the world, and how that is intricately linked to, and in fact, the condition for what she calls the quote unquote present genre of being human. This means that there is always this dynamic in the world, in the order of our world, which was instituted back around sometime around the 1400s, of an overvalorization of whiteness and the ethno-class man that stands in for whiteness, using another one of her terms, which is based upon or conditioned by this ongoing devalorization of Black being. In other words, the devalorization of Black being is simply, if you like, infrastructural to the way that our modern world order works. And what's interesting is it's not just this observation that she makes, but it's what she does with it, because this is just the beginning of an inquiry into what happens after man, what happens after white man, what happens after whiteness. Sylvia Wynter points us to a larger project. In her terminology, she says, pointing us to the territory instead of the map, which involves revalorization of Blackness, but for a particular purpose, revalorization of Blackness so as to affect this larger objective, which is the revalorization of human being, or maybe even the development of new genres of being that even supersede or exceed what we have known to be the human. This is a work that involves the wielding of metaphors, of poetic language, and the recognition that the way we use metaphors is essential to the way that we are. When we look at some of the early writings of Sylvia Wynter, I'm interested in the fact that she has a very close and deep engagement with a kind of a contemporary philosopher named Hans Blumenberg, who was a German philosopher who wrote a lot about what he called absolute metaphors. He argued that all societies are based fundamentally on what he called absolute metaphors. These absolute metaphors are, if you like, the reservoirs or the reserve that the society uses in order to come up with its descriptions of the world. At the basis of all politics, at the basis of all power, is metaphor. So would Blumenberg write. And Sylvia Wynter engages him very directly, very early on, when he was publishing this, just as himself, a kind of, emerging philosopher. Sylvia Wynter in the late 60s and early 70s was engaging in her own way with the same observation that at the basis of everything is the power of metaphor. And for Sylvia Wynter, the absolute metaphors of this current description of our world, the current poetics of whiteness, of man, as she would say it, are twofold. Number one, what she would call the metaphor of the quote unquote right of man, the right of man, the right to property, the right to own, the right to possess, the right to occupy and to displace. Fundamentally, this is the absolute metaphor for racial capitalism, for racial colonialism, for the foundations of our socioeconomic international order, again, going back to the 1400s. In addition to that deep metaphor of the current world is another one, the metaphor of what she calls biocentric man, this essentialized, gendered, masculinist conception of the subject. This kind of subject, which is in some ways at the center of the current world order, is itself sociogenically developed. It is, I'll define that in a moment, but by biocentric man, what Sylvia Wynter observes is that there is this underlying metaphor of the natural organism as a mechanism, and that this mechanism of our bodies is always having to prove that it is fit, think Darwin, that it is always having to prove that it is not obsolete, think the anti-indigeneity of our modern world. It is always having to prove that it is industrious, think capitalism. So there is therefore this ongoing poetics of a masculinist, gendered, mechanist kind of conception of the subject. And frankly, it is this conception that has been so deadly. So metaphors are poetry, but metaphors also kill. And I think for me, this is one of the most powerful contributions of Sylvia Wynter's deep philosophy. Now, Wynter's ontology, which is, in other words, her description of being, is also a semiotics, or a description of talking about being. She is not only describing being, she is observing that human being in itself is a mode of description. It is a metaphorics. To be human is to always be wielding metaphors, to be, well, now let's problematize the word human. To be Black and be a being, to be Black being is to always be using metaphors, different metaphors than the ones that I've just mentioned, the right of man and the biocentric man. And for me, this is what I find so exciting, and so, if I can use the word life-giving about Sylvia Wynter's work, is the way that her work elaborates a poetics of Blackness, a way of describing being outside of and beyond the right of man and biocentric man. For Wynter, it is not only that we must institute a new description of being, but rather that a disruptive and alternative metaphorics is already present. It is already there. It doesn't have to be invented. It is the past as much as it will be the future. As she says, that there's a liminal category of les damnés, of the damned of the earth, of the wretched of the earth, resonating very much with Frantz Fanon. And it is within this liminal category that a reservoir of metaphorics is available that has the power and the destiny of changing the order of the world. The mode of description is that is the condition of our present world is actually based upon the ongoing suppression, disavowal, descriptions of the world that. So the movement that Wynter observes and hails is not necessarily an assertion of a new way of being human, no, but rather the disclosure, I would argue, the unveiling of what has been, what is continually devalorized, occluded, disavowed, in terms of how we are truly in space and in time as Black communities in the world. Black communities have been systemic of how colonial and racial oppression works. It's not just physical force, but it is a metaphorical force of ghosting Black experience while also feeding continuum of Black communities. And so the revolutionary option in Sylvia Wynter's work is the disclosure, precisely the disclosure of Blackness, of Black being. I wanted to finally make this more concrete in terms of archipelagic thinking. I feel that when I say her work for me is an opportunity to participate in a new kind of poetics, in a poetics of Black being. To me, another way of saying that is her poetics, her absolute metaphors are archipelagic in nature. And what I mean by this is that just as New World Blackness, which is what much of her work is on, what she called, quote unquote, the new natives in a new world, who emerged precisely in the Caribbean region from the 1400s onwards, that as these communities emerged and as they struggled and as they made life and art in the midst of racial and colonial and capitalist violations, they were also not just surviving, they were also producing poetry. And that the poetry and the forms of describing life that emerged through their experience are of essential value to us today. These archipelagic ways of being in the world, these Black ways of being in the world, are terraqueous. They flow across land and water. They come out of the karst formations and the blue holes of the Caribbean islands, such as along the Bahamian Keys and their shoals. They are formed through fractal multiplicities that are always more than a unity. They are characterized by chimerical queerness and by magical forms of monstrousness. They are characterized by family lines that are not straight, but that are errant and fugitive. They're characterized by marronage, by forms of running away, by forms of fleeing enclosure. And they're also characterized by the unsurveillable. Black ways of being are characterized by the unsurveillable and the unmappable, just like the very first Maroons were unsurveillable and unmappable as they encountered the Mastiff hounds of the Spanish on islands such as Hispaniola. So in other words, the description of Black being that Sylvia Wynter provides us is one that always carries the potential for counter-plantation freedom, and that is always futuristic in its orientation. To conclude, Wynter is not merely interested in the ways that disselection and anti-Blackness conditions the prevailing order of the world. She's interested in something much more than that, which is in the metaphorical gestures, the thinking life, the poetics, the fractured and fractal consciousness that emerges out of that assigned place of disselection. The disclosure and the recollection of Black consciousness and Black being, the celebration of Black poetry in the world, in all its forms, is what Sylvia Wynter has pointed us to, and thereby also helped us continue. This is not new. This project goes back 500 years to continue to keep ourselves and our minds and fundamentally our spirits free from the trap of ethnoclass man, from the trap of whiteness. And fundamentally, that trap is not only made of metal and manacles, but it is made of metaphors. And that Sylvia Wynter is able to observe that so clearly for us and to provide us a path, another path out of the enclosure through language and description, to me is a contribution to freeing our minds. So let me end there, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chris, for your explanation of Sylvia Wynter as a poet, redefining Black being through metaphor. Appreciate that. Ronaldo, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thanks very much for having me. A couple of weeks ago, I actually thought I had missed the event, and I was stuck in an airport in New Orleans. So I'm really glad to be here speaking with my colleagues on the work of Sylvia Wynter. I just want to say that my colleague Alyssa Trott and one of Aaron's collaborators is the director of Women and Gender Studies Institute. My term is over. Okay, the human is a problem. It is a problem for thought. For the last 2 years, I have taught a graduate seminar with the same title as this paper, Sylvia Wynter and the Problem of the Human. In the course across 12 weeks, we read Wynter's scholarship from the mid-1990s to the early 2000s. The essays I select for the class to read together are Wynter's essays on the epistemic ruptures of colonization and its ongoing organization of planetary life, and her essays on Black studies as offering another account of the world and the potential to inaugurate another epistemic rupture. We also spent time reading Wynter's interlocutors, Aaron, who we heard from, Lewis Gordon, Paget Henry, Zakiya Iman Jackson, Tiffany Lahabothil King, Demetrius Udell, Joyce E. King, Bado Alaga, David Marriott, Carl Boyce Davies, and David Scott. As you can see, this is by no means an exhaustive list of Wynter's interlocutors, but I try to choose a range of essays that demonstrate how different scholars at different stages of their intellectual lives make use of, engage, and dialogue with Wynter's work. In this course, as instructor, I try to spend time filling in as best I can Wynter's earlier work, and especially the way in which the Caribbean region is central to the foundation of Wynter's thought. However, for me, the course is essentially concerned with two dynamics, so to speak. One, how we might not remain trapped by European humanism as the totality of what the human is. And two, what might Black studies provide for us by way of a new epistemic rupture in knowledge that could aid in the reorder of the world as we presently inhabit it. These are two questions that I have struggled with across my own ongoing intellectual development. In my attempts to answer these questions or to approximate an answer to them, I have flirted away from the work through a range of conceptual and political approaches to the problem of the human, finding them all unsatisfactory. Stuart Hall, once writing of the equally troubling word multiculturalism, stated about it, quote, "We have no better terms to think the situation with," end quote, as he proceeded to make a case for it as an idea worth struggling over and less a practice or a process. I have come to feel something akin to Hall's articulation on multiculturalism concerning the word human. My work is not to resuscitate the humans as a category per se, but to fully acknowledge how the word, the human, is so embedded in our consciousness that we cannot ignore the problem by silencing the word. So I write of the human too. In The Long Emancipation, I attempted to get around the problem of the human by taking from Wynter the phrase "new forms of social life," a phrase that in various different ways pops up in her writing. I transcribe and translate Wynter's phrase into what I then call the Black life form. For me, the Black life form is a form of social life. It is a form of social life that both shares in European partial humanism, but is also a new form. A new form constituted in relation to European humanism, but exceeding it too. Indeed, my argument for articulating the Black life form was to better apprehend the violences of all kinds that emerge continuously to interdict the Black life form's potential for full life. But the Black life form does not and cannot shed nor shield us from the conceptual and epistemic violences of European partial humanism's insistence on its universality. It is with this understanding in mind that I return to the human as a category that requires new modes of operation. This is what I wrote in The Long Emancipation. What Wynter refers to as the deselected others, that is, Black subjects, I in turn imagine and define as Black life forms, a stark term that makes clear the stakes of the matter at hand. I use the term Black life forms because Euro-American definitions and practices of the human offer Black life no conceptual or actual space within the terrain of the human. Black life forms are forced to make the deadly zone of the Americas a residence and a site of life making. Their presence marks the significant residuals of all that have come to constitute what we call the human, with Black life forms standing as the human's antagonist and therefore its hindrance. Black life forms remind those who lay claim to the human that modernity's claim of the perfection of human life is impossible. That claim is premised on a singular role for the Black, that of violent death. The zone of the Americas is a zone of and for the production of Black death. My insistence on death is not to suggest that Black life does not happen, but rather that death is the means toward Black life. By this, I mean that the constant urgency of living with death for Black people conditions how they understand their lives. In particular, I think of Haiti and the enormity of death that produces nonetheless vibrant forms of religion, dance, ritual, and art that are expressive of the deep recesses of what it means to inhabit a liveness of being. Indeed, the discovery of the Americas, in quotations, inaugurates a relation to Black non-humanness that we still live with in the present. I continuously use the word discovery here because it spectacularizes the conditions of life and death launched with the arrival of the Euro-American expansionist project. And that spectacle is crucial to how we understand genres of the human. Those genres of the human provided us with a set of racial hierarchies and relations to life and death that continue to shape Black people's experiences globally. What this means is that the Black life form allows us to see other ways of being human, and thus other possible ways of living. Black life forms remain a significant challenge to Euro-American partial forms of life. With the term Black life forms, I also mean to further elaborate the ways that Black people must make a claim to each genre of the human, whether that genre is LGBTQI persons, persons living with disabilities, or others. In each instance, Black people must insist, us too. The Black life form, therefore, is an acknowledgement that we exist. We are alive, we are a site of life. But the Black life form also seeks to call into disrepute and to indict our present system of being human, a system that, as I would argue, and I argue in the larger book, is founded on the expulsion of Black people from the definition of what it is to be human. Because of that expulsion, thinking the human is then necessary work. So why think the human again? I think the human so that I can think Black being more fully. And by thinking Black being, I am interested in its form, its shape, its language. And I have found that it's difficult to do this work without thinking the human and its limits too. To think Black being is to engage the European category of the human as a partial account of the species, and to note in that account US partial humanism masquerading as the only universal possibility of what the human is. This is what Winter in part names as man. The question of how we might name or how this species might have been named and what European humanism has done to and with that naming is one that we can't simply seek to ignore, dismiss, write off, or merely stop using. I have tried. Instead, it becomes the ground over struggles for meaning in the world. Black being then helps us to unmake a logic of the human as a singular organism of human enlightenment and post-enlightenment modernist thought. Black being instantiates another account of what the human might be and can be. Black being as a kind of constant unfolding of invention provides through its daily operations another account of the category of the human that takes up Winter's demand for new narrations of what it might be, can be, and must be. This counter-human narratology is one in which the logos of Black life is given primacy in Winter's thought. With such primacy, European humanism is revealed for its epistemic and material violences, but the Black life form stands as another account of what actually is and can be, what I call invention. Given Winter's stated project as one in which she articulates what she seeks, that what she seeks to bring, quote, to an end is the entire history of these past 500 years, as she has written, I read her as extending and elaborating Fanon's call for a new humanism. So let me state the obvious. Winter does not suggest that Black people are not human, nor does she throw the category out completely as an impossible category. Instead, she desires to enact a new narrative procedure and structure on it. The humanist for Winter, one might say something like a language. Winter makes the case for this articulation of a new humanism when she writes, quote, what should constitute fully human beings is now the necessary condition at this conjuncture, both of our species' survival and concomitantly of our inter-altruistic co-identification as a species, end quote. In Winter's words, the contours of a different non-hierarchical humanism comes into view. Winter's neither attempting to expand, elaborate, nor rescue European humanism, but rather to provide a new account of the human from the site of our present violent entanglements. In another register, from my vantage, Winter's language is laced with and influenced by languages of science, or rather science's narrative accounts of our species, not because she is persuaded that science has an answer or is the answer, but rather because her selective use of the language and science's discoveries allow for a particular move away from foundational identity claims to claims on behalf of human forms of life, or claims, quote, from the perspective of the species, as she puts it. This shift Winter enacts is important in so much as it implicates all of us in a possible solution and resolution without becoming colorblind, but still retaining the dyad of bios and logos that marks the human species, with the potentiality of a praxis that might be otherwise than violent, domineering, and super exploitative. The human's praxis then is the inventive dynamic of the species, best witnessed in the Black life form inventive procedures. Invention then is the praxis of the bios and the logos of Winter's human as hybrid form, as praxis. And Black being, the Black life form existence, is both a counter and a new account of the species, its survival and its revision of co-human possibilities. In Winter, we are forced to account for the fact of not just Blackness, but humanness. The fact of humanness co-constituting co-mutuality and inter-altruistic bio-logos existence. To mark the human in this way is to take seriously Winter's demand for new narrations of what the human might be, can be, and must be. This counter-human narratology is one in which the logos of Black life is given primacy. With such primacy, European humanism is revealed for its violence, but the Black life form stands as another account of what actually is and can be invention. This other account, the Black account, stands outside of a certain kind of contemporary critical theory that I would argue refuses to fully grapple with the full extent of African Black Noir slavery, the whole of the ship and the plantation. So let me very briefly turn to Black studies. Black studies then is one place where we might enact the new account of the human at the level of epistemic rupture and a reordering of the materiality of species life. On how we mistook the map for the territory, Black Studies Toward the Human Project, Winter clearly outlines how the radical liberatory project of the Black aesthetic, Black arts, and Black power movements became diffused and re-imprisoned in the university. And I quote from her, "All three movements have been moved to action by the 1968 murder of Martin Luther King Jr. and by the toll of burning inner cities and angry riots that followed in its wake. These events were particularly decisive for the Black Studies movement. The new willingness of mainstream university administrators to accede to the student activist demands for the setting up of Black Studies programs and departments was made possible by the trauma that gripped the nation. Once established, these new programs and departments functioned to enable some of the major figures of the then far more powerful and dynamic Black studies, Black arts, Black aesthetic movements to carry some of their work into academic mainstream, even where they too, like Black studies as a whole itself, were to find the original transgressive intentions diffuse, their energies rechanneled as they came to be defined, and in many cases actively to define themselves so in a new multicultural terms as African American studies. As such, it appeared, but one of the many diverse ethnic studies that now serve to re-verify the very thesis of liberal humanism, against which the challenge of all these three movements had been directed in the first place. I want to single out 4 moments from Winter's account that resonate with my argument, but might not be immediately evident to those who are not themselves students of Black studies. First, Black studies became the proper name for a political project that sought to remake the terms of a European episteme that had until then rejected Blacks as outside civilization, as people who had to be educated into it and yet would never live up to civilization's full rigor. Second, the post-1960s element of Black studies that entered the university was not of the university, that is, university generated, but was of the vernacular education projects like study groups, Saturday schools, and all of the other practices that Black people had previously engaged in as ways of making community in selves that never succumbed to the European epistemic violence that made us barbarous and enslavable. It was that long history of a logic of refusal, reconstruction, vindication, and invention that now entered the formal academic terrain of the Eurocentric university and would become neutered by the institution's practices. Third, and crucially important, Black studies became the proper name under which to organize this wide array of insurgent Black forms, affects, and economies, from vindicationism to negritude to accommodation to liberal to radical. It provided a wide array of intellectual venues like magazines, journals, and conferences in at which Black knowledges could be published, debated, and nurtured, and circulated across geographies. Fourth and finally, Winter's invocation of multiculturalism might be read here as another way of saying pluralism, and this accords with the way in which the foundational realities of the Caribbean remain central to her thought. Indeed, across the Black Americas, these procedures for how to live a life not reduced to the impossible task of attempting to enter a European humanism that is unattainable is greeted continually with forms of violence meant to interdict such desires. Here I think of Haiti that I mentioned earlier, but I think of Cuba, Grenada, and all the small and largely unnamed and unknown imperial interdictions that seek to keep, quote, the archipelagos of the poor in the region and in North America exactly that, poverty, excluded, degraded, and subjugated, zones of waste and death. In Winter's work, the recurrent figure of Rastafari enacts an important procedure of what is possible at the level of Black being. At the level of the language, Rastafari inaugurate a significant break and shift as they reword and rework language to reveal, represent, and reorder consciousness, enacting a break with our coloniality of being. Indeed, a Black studies that lives beyond the university rather than one that lives only in the academy with its now interrupted political demands, discipline into the university's reward systems is urgently needed yet again. Furthermore, one might begin to map a more virulent ethnicized Black studies as in African American studies a la the Gates type, and now its logical extension into ADOS a la the Solidarity type, in a post-1989 fall of the wall world in which the apparent triumph of capitalism as both economy and culture appears to have inaugurated a certain kind of end of history, an end of struggle in which leftist forces, including Black ones, have retreated to the national scene, abandoning international and diasporic connection as the basis for radical politics of reinvention, and therefore a different account of what Black being might be. Let's take the Fanonian leap again then. And let's take the Fanonian leap again then, as Winter more than anyone else has urged us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronaldo. Asking some very serious and interesting questions about the way that we define human. And and the connection with the Black studies. So we are moving on to our final presenter for the panel, which is Dr. Tanya Haynes. Tanya, are you ready to go?
I'm ready. Thank you so much, Chair.
Please.
So good. I think it's still morning. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to begin by expressing sincere gratitude to the organizers, to Professor Craig Smith, Professor Marie Sirsing, and everybody else from University of the Bahamas. I know that there's a lot of work behind the scenes that goes in to planning one of these conferences, and I do feel particularly honored to be part of this 9th Caribbean Critical Symposium with its focus on Sylvia Wynter. Particularly because when I started my PhD at the Cayfield campus in 2007 in gender and development studies, Sylvia Wynter was absent from the syllabi on feminist theory. And I do want to extend sincere gratitude to Professor Erin Kamugisha, who delivered a brilliant keynote for the sort of intellectual generosity and mentorship in terms of ensuring that I was able to have that critical engagement with Sylvia Wynter's work. And it's something that I would like to think that I also do for other students, and that I do in the Caribbean Institute in Gender and Development, which is a community outreach program that has been going since 1992 in terms of making sure that every single Caribbean person who crosses my path is aware of Wynter's theorizing. So what I want to share with you today is a work called Women's Studies After Wynter, which extends some of my previous work, but is also seeking to do something new as well, with a reflection on, if we take seriously what Sylvia Wynter means for feminist theorizing, for genealogies of feminism and feminist activism, and also for the practice, for example, of gender and development in the region and beyond. If we take that seriously, well, what would that mean? And so by now, I think Black feminist analyses of the coloniality of gender, which insists that race inheres in gender and that race and gender are co-constitutive, are very much well established. And this work challenges feminist conceptualizations of gender and destabilizes gender and feminist theory as a primary way of signifying power and as the unique epistemological terrain of feminist scholars. And so I'm thinking here of the work of a range of different feminist scholars, including some that Ronaldo mentioned. So Herces Mendez, Catherine McKittrick, Alex Wahaley, Lamonda Stallings, Greg Thomas, Riley Snorton, Sakia Jackson, among others, for whom Wynter's theorizing of genre, of sociogeny, and the human is foundational. And indeed, this represents what Wynter insists is the promise of Black studies. And for me, it works really well where Professor Ronaldo Walcott ended and where I am beginning, in that potential that the rupture of both Black studies, but also women's studies, and the ruptures of the 60s and the potential that that signaled. With Wynter insisting that Black studies was not meant to be another ethnic studies, which preserves the white supremacy of the human, but the potential for epistemological rupture and undoing of the governing system of meaning itself. And for these questions, intellectual history is very important. So for me, it's necessary to recognize that Wynter wasn't always sort of this uncomplicatedly recognized as a feminist theorist. In her 2018 article in American Quarterly, Carol Boyce Davies, in reflecting on Wynter's afterward to Out of the Kula, she writes that Natasha Barnes offers possibly the only critical response to this position from Wynter, and that the only critical response comes from Natasha Barnes, also a Caribbean woman, who in her definition, who defines Wynter as a reluctant matriarch. And here Boyce Davies is talking about Wynter's theorizing of genre and just what that means for feminism and for feminist theory, and for, in particular, for a Caribbean feminism. And this exploration, which started with Barnes, is also something that I wish to extend to thinking about gender and development as practice, but also pedagogy in gender and development studies in the Caribbean. And Sylvia Wynter has been described as the divine one of Caribbean letters, and also as the reluctant matriarch of Caribbean feminisms. And I do think that that moment of attention between Wynter's prominence as a Caribbean intellectual and this sort of alleged antagonism to feminism as a liberation project is worth exploring. And in particular for me, I think about, you know, her absence, for example, from syllabi on feminist theory, some, you know, just about 12 years ago. But also the conversations that you do see happening among scholars who are interested in the Caribbean, arguing for, you know, trying to make sense of this, you know, seeming conundrum. So some stating that Wynter leaves, and I'm quoting directly here from Shirley Toland Deeks, who was published in Small Acts in 2008. And she argues that, you know, Wynter leaves theorizing about gender dynamics within the community to us, and she wishes us well. And she leaves the development of an alternative counter-hegemonic womanist feminist discourse to the next generation of Native women intelligentsia. And I really want to make, and I think what is by now clear is that Wynter is offering and doing so much more for feminist theorizing, in that she is pointing to that subversive potential, that potential for rupture. And for me, potential is very important in thinking about and in understanding what Wynter describes as the demonic ground. And so for Wynter, gender is a constitutive part of Western biologic, and Caribbean feminisms must confront the hegemony of gender within their own theorizing. And the challenge that Wynter mounts reveals tensions between Western feminist theory and Caribbean feminist theorizing. And it's more, I think, a lot more fruitful than considered a lot more fruitful of a friction than we should consider a sort of rejection. And so it's very clear that Wynter's argument that woman is not man's other, that it challenges feminist theory, but also genealogies of feminist theory. So as Claire Hemmings writes about these stories that are told about feminism and feminist theory, so stories of loss, of progress, of return. And in addition to the sort of effective and political work which these stories do, they also, to me, have a way of locating not just Wynter's work in relation to feminism, but also Black feminist work more broadly, reducing it to a kind of a corrective of a normative Western feminism. When what Wynter offers is beyond and has to be seen and understood, and any productive engagement moves beyond thinking that this is, you know, this normative Western feminist theorizing of gender, to which now you have Black scholars who are adding race, so to speak. So if woman is not man's other, then gender functions differently from the way in which it has been articulated in Western feminist theory. Gender, Wynter insists, is part of genre or different kinds of the human. Gender is always a key feature of how each genre of the human understands itself, but it is not the only feature. Part of our globalized understanding of the world is the overrepresentation of a particular genre of the human as the human itself. And this localized ethnocentric understanding of the human misrepresents itself as a universal understanding. And so man, for me, this is a very, the productive possibilities of this are many. And I think here too of Cecilia Green's excellent historical sociology of Barbados, where, she's given clear empirical evidence that whether Black working Barbadian women are sort of excluded from what it means to be women, and what those exclusions mean, but also when they are included under those terms, the fact that that inclusion meant higher rates of incarceration than even men during the period that corresponds with a lot of male outright migration to Panama. So really this gendering of women being a lose-lose situation for Black Barbadian women. And so for me, there is the productive possibilities of what Sylvia Wynter's theorizing, but also empirically how you can see it operating. And so my own work too is seeking to use Sylvia Wynter as epistemological grounding for the kind of empirical work, working with interviews with gender policies, for example, which is where I'm coming to now, and using that using Sylvia Wynter's theorizing as the sort of intellectual grounding for the questions that I wish to ask. So I want to turn here then to thinking about this simultaneity of the productive possibilities of epistemological rupture and moments where you see clear retreat from this radical potential. And without apology, the work that I am doing is rooted in the region. I like to tell this anecdote that I was invited to as a peer reviewer for this article on Sylvia Wynter. And in the article, the author states, and I quote, while recognizing the important role that Wynter plays in Caribbean theory, in this essay, I primarily turn to the uptake of Wynter's work in US scholarship, which is the mind-blowing sort of irony that it is. But for me, as Professor Walcott also mentioned, and also Professor Kamugisha, Wynter cannot be extracted from the Caribbean, and her Caribbeanness is certainly not at odds with her status as one of the most significant thinkers the world has seen, with over 3 decades of writing. And so indeed, my own reflection on what Wynter's theorizing means for feminist theory, for women's studies, and the practice of gender and development is firmly rooted in the Caribbean. So Caribbean feminist scholarship did not develop within a framework of women's studies as in the North, but rather within a framework of women and development and later gender and development. And for me, this distinction is significant. One, because it is a significant distinction that Caribbean feminist scholars like Patricia Mohammed, for example, make themselves in arguing that whereas the Northern development of women's studies sort of polarized men and women, but that the gender and development approach in the Caribbean was one which sought solutions to Caribbean challenges that worked across gender, right? So not, I don't know, how do I put this? So in some ways, you do see in the writing and reflections of Caribbean feminist thinkers, this notion that what they're doing in gender and development studies is not meant to, is not alienating men in the way that other iterations of feminist theory are. And we could talk a lot more about why the need for that kind of apology in doing the work. But the important question here is how this notion of development delineates what is considered relevant for feminist scholarship from the region, but also what how it limits the kinds of questions that we can be asked in its name, but also the things that cannot be, and the silences that are produced when this question of development kind of regulates what is seen as being in any way relevant. And at this point, I will say, Chair, you can feel free to interrupt me when we get to the 20-minute mark, because if you send a message in the chat, I'm not going to be able to see it. So gender and development studies as a discipline in the Caribbean must therefore be seen as sharing a trajectory with women and development and the women, gender and development approaches of Western feminist development theory and practice. And so while Caribbean feminist scholarship makes this claim of avoiding the separatist inclinations of a Western feminism and being an emancipatory project for all, this coupling of knowledge creation about women and gender within development has this disciplining effect and is already in many ways embedded in the what Winter calls the governing system of meaning. So how are you able to activate that liminal space within it, that potential for rupture, if your knowledge production practices are so much delineated by development? And so one of the questions that I was interested in exploring is the extent to which development still continues to determine what knowledge about women in the Caribbean is considered relevant. And the fact that a gender and development discourse presupposes a foregrounding of economic questions, so it renders our lives in very economistic ways and privileges improvements in what Eugene Barito refers to as the material relations of gender as a sort of barometer of progress. It presupposes as well a certain pathology of women's lives where we are acted upon by government policy, by economic crisis, by the International Division of Labor, even as our agency is made both visible and invisible. It simultaneously erases and produces sexuality by promoting normative notions of men and women as partners. And to give a very concrete example here, I recall being invited to serve on the advisory committee for the Barbados National Gender Policy. I think it might have been around 2014. And I was stunned when I received the draft text that was prepared by the consultant, in which it did not recognize the possibility of any gender identities outside of the categories of man and woman, but these men and women were scripted as quite literally made for each other, asserting a heteronormative complementarity and using Rastafari to do so. And so, in fact, I argue that the practice of gender and development in the region and beyond relies on these self-evident gender normative, cis-normative, heterosexual men and women, both of whom may be positioned as victims. And this coloniality of development is seen in the enduring use of certain gender analysis frameworks, such as the Harvard Framework for Gender Analysis, which emerges in the 70s and in the 1970s development practice, coming out of the global north and development as a sort of practice and almost, again, in some ways, foreign policy directed towards the global south, which is still very much in use in the region. And so here you can see this coloniality of development, or even in requests that we get at the Needs of Our Unit frequently to address gender, but to address gender in ways that deny the existence of, what Omiseke Natasha Tinsley calls creative and complex genders and sexualities. And just quoting from one of the interviews that I conducted with Jocelyn Messiah, who led the very foundational work in the Women in the Caribbean Project. And I was asking her about specifically on the question of sexuality. And she said, and I quote, "The concern was so much with development, it was development." And she says, you're describing whatever you mean by that and then move on. But if you do that in isolation from the development thing, so this insistence that knowledge creation about Caribbean women had to be under that rubric of development for it to be relevant, for example, to policymakers. And similarly, and this is I think the sort of third area I examine in thinking about women's studies, gender and development practice after winter. Similar, sorry, Chair, were you giving me an alert?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
so I'll wrap up with this final point. So the where I also go in this work is looking at studies of men and masculinity in the Caribbean, which straddle policy and academic fields, and which, as Ronaldo Walcott argues in a different context, that a heterosexual Black masculinity is assumed and always found wanting. And now, since I'm out of time, how I will wrap up here by saying that the project that I am working on now, Women's Studies After Winter, is thinking about women's studies, gender and development studies, gender and development as practice, but also our pedagogies, and how, if we take seriously Winter's theorizing, including in particular, now that we're on the question of masculinity, where she talks about the castration plays and how a sign has to be revalued and its value realized through one's actions, but that every action is potentially undoing that sign. And so one then tried to fill the lack ceaselessly, and the very filling of the lack re-engendered a new sense of lack, and using that to think about how both scholarship but policy around masculinity in the region is used, and following what my co-panelist Chris said about that metaphors are poetry, but metaphors also kill. So taking this notion of castration and these metaphors of a sign that Winter uses in the work, and thinking about what it means in a very lived, real, material sense. And I'll stop there, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be a part of this panel.
Thank you so much, Dr. Haynes, for showing us how we can include Winter in her place for feminist theorizing and gender studies and development work. So we've just had a very full panel, and Craig, I think, are we going to have time now for our Q&A of our keynote and our panelists?
We have 10 minutes.
Yes, we do about 10 minutes for Q&A, and then we'll start the next panel.
Great. So we do have a Q&A box. I don't see any questions in there right now.
Now, perhaps I might start off with a question.
Sure.
And this really is for everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kamugisha, for your very, very thorough and complete genealogy that you mapped with respect to not just Sylvia Wynter's ideas and thought, but how she intersects, etc., with some of the other major thinkers of our region. And what I've noticed in the reading of Wynter's works, all of her essays, is always that she's pushing beyond. That word resonates with everything she says, beyond. And I'm wondering whether this beyond space has become fruitful, productive, nebulous. How are we reaching for something that requires, what shall I say, a great deal of effort to shape it in whatever way, whatever the discourse is that she is articulating at any given time. It's always the beyond. Tanya, you talked about it in respect to feminisms, Caribbean feminisms, whether it is more broadly with respect to conceptualizing the human. Ronaldo, you talk about Black instantiation of the human, all right, as against the sort of European version or genre that Sylvia Wynter talks about throughout her work. What is this beyond? What are we to make of this beyond? How do we shape and give articulation to a theory, a pluriversal kind of conceptualization that can work beyond divisions of race and ethnicity, etc., that might offer a way of articulating and understanding what it means to be human. And anybody can start.
Let me start by just proffering that on the beyond. I think that you're very correct. The beyond appears in many of Winter's essays. There was the essay from 1982, the I think now published paper in the CLR James Journal, Paget Henry published recently, Beyond Liberal and Marxist-Leninist Feminisms. So that was an underground classic that was circulating for a long period of time, but I believe it's now been published. There is, of course, Beyond the Categories of a Master Conception, the James paper, Beyond Miranda's Meanings. And I think that the beyond is very important for Winter because she keeps wanting to show us how much more we have to do in order to complete human emancipation. So it's not just enough to rest on our laurels. We have to go further. And we need to understand the stakes of going further. So yes, we have reached this particular moment. However, this is how much further we can go. Yes, there is a breakthrough that has been made by this particular great discourse or movement of liberation. However, this also needs to be done in order for us to go onwards. So Césaire is a huge influence on Winter. And if we think about the interview that Césaire did, which is usually appended at the end of Discourse on Colonialism, the most recent issue of it, he says, yes, but we need to complete Marx, okay? We need to do more than what Marx has done, because Black people are the only people who are being denied even the notion of humanity. And this is a kind of thing that Winter is constantly referring to, working with when she uses the category beyond. I should also say that beyond has it's an interesting word in other major Caribbean texts. When you look at Beyond the Boundary, which was not supposed to be called Beyond the Boundary, incidentally, the working title of it was Cricket Crusaders for a long period of time, but it got changed by the publishers, thankfully, with George Lamming's intervention. Even when we look at the incomparable novel by Simone Schwartz-Bart, The Bridge of Beyond, again, it's a strange translation of the original title. So the beyond finds itself in other places within Caribbean text. And I think that Winter's use of it, though, is very evocative, but it is pregnant with a particular and very important type of meaning.
Thank you, and thank you for those bits of factual information. I had no idea that Beyond the Boundary had a previous title, the CLR James text, nor Simone Schwartz-Bart's text, that, you know, the Beyond had that significance. So thank you very much for providing that information. Does anyone else want to respond at this time? I see our other panelists are joining us at this moment. Nyambi, are there any other questions, or does anyone want to engage that initial question?
I don't see any other questions in the chat. Okay. Where would each speaker suggest that a new student scholar begin their reading of Sylvia Wynter? Any recommendations or a beginning reading list or some favorite essential texts?
Yeah, I think that that question may have appeared twice by two different people, but you may not have seen the response I said. It's a very good question because Wynter is not only has a huge corpus of work, but the entry point to her, especially reading certain essays, of course, are somewhat difficult to comprehend. I would suggest that one starts with the David Scott interview, because that's going to give you an overview of Wynter's life. And then onwards from there, you may be able to determine what your particular questions are. I mean, if you're interested in aesthetics, then there's a particular line of engagement you can take. If you're interested in the Caribbean intellectual tradition, there's certain readings that you may do first. If you're interested in the questions of the human, there are other readings. So it's not straightforward in terms of what texts you go to one after the other. If you're interested in Black studies, there's another route in. But I think the most important place to start is getting an understanding of Winter's career and the way the interview is actually divided. There's a way in which you can go into certain parts and understand more. And it's also very well footnoted. So all of the references to the major texts up to 2000 are going to be included there. So that much I can give you in a moment, in a minute.
Okay, thank you. Next question. I'd like to invite 3 panelists, if possible, to talk about the relationship difference between logos and metaphor as they operate in Winter's work. Any of our panelists like to?
I can come in here partly because I'm bringing in this interest in metaphor. I'm going to kind of riff off your question and maybe add to it without answering it directly, because it's something I'd like to think more about. But I think there's a very fascinating set of considerations as they relate to, as you're observing, logos, metaphor, myth, ceremony, ritual, and if we might even consider it, the way in which the description of our world is a sacro-secular phenomenon. In other words, the ways in which the logos of the world works, or perhaps the absolute metaphors of a particular order of description work, they are somehow involved in a continual reinstitution, and that's another very Winterian term, I suppose, the institution of a world through ceremony. So I'm going to kind of read your question down to observe that the way that our world is continually reconstituted, the way that its order is continually reconstituted, is through the quotidian, everyday, demotic forms of meaningful ceremonial or ritual practice, which I would almost argue is the essence of what is happening, at every moment of every day of in our environment. And so, coming back to the kind of the grand theme for what I was presenting on, and what I know many of my other very esteemed colleagues are sharing, it is this great contribution that Sylvia Wynter has provided, I believe, to helping us reflect on the importance, the existential, the ontological importance, and then from there, the political importance of the power of making meaning, and how this power of making meaning is instituted in the world and is replicated in the world and made into an order. And then what do we do as in confrontation with it or in response to it? So I think I'll kind of end there and leave it for others to kind of take off from that.
Thank you.
If I might say something very briefly, I think, for me, the invoking of Wynter's conception of the human as constituting both bios and logos is, for me, also the question of what kinds of accounts of the world can we make available in not only in terms of making sense of what constitutes the human, but how the human experience is then itself played out. So the question of logos is about, for me, in reading Wynter, how the narratives that we construct of the world also become the material experience of the world that we inhabit. And so metaphor becomes a part of that, but metaphor is only a part of that. That the question of the account and narration is what strikes me as really important in in how one goes bios, logos, praxis. But that's just thinking very quickly on my feet and not trying to take too much time.
And if I could say something now that I think I have a brief, quiet moment on this question is, for me, what you see Winter doing, and especially how you see Winter working through a certain kind of Marxism towards her theorizing of the human and in some ways departing from that, is that rather than saying, let's say that, you know, economic relations determine everything, she's saying, well, your economy is only dominant because the governing system of meaning makes it so, right? And so you flip that and you reverse it, as opposed to thinking that everything else. And for me, this notion of the economic dominance, to relate to another question in the chat that said, like, okay, in the real world, how are we supposed to take up your theorizing and what you've proposed there in a sort of a real day-to-day way? And for me, engagement with Sylvia Winter and the work is precisely about making sense of the day-to-day and how to be and to live in the world. But to go back to that question of thinking about logos and metaphor, what Winter is arguing is that precisely if your governing system of meaning says that we are economic beings, then everything else is going to flow from that, as opposed to the reverse.
Thank you. Thank you all. So there are a few more questions that are in the Q&A, and I'm going to suppose that you can, panelists and Keynote, type answers to these questions if you are so willing. And Craig, is it time for us to move to our third panel, or do we have a break?
I think we can take one more question and then we can start the next panel.
Okay. I've been in and out of this interesting talk, but what I would want to ask is, what real world action points would panelists suggest in response to their research?
A question of praxis rather than theory. Is that what Suhail is asking?
I feel like, yeah.
I don't want to be flip, and I don't mean this to be flip, but I think piggybacking off of what Tanya said in responding to this question previously, that the question of thinking and thought is a part of the real world that is actually not divorced from materiality. So the kind of question of how we make sense of the world and what account we want to make of the world in relationship to what we're presently experiencing, that the kind of narratives to be built of the world bring the world into being, is fundamentally a part of the everydayness of life. So, you know, what people call the separation that people make between theorizing and practice doesn't hold if you engage the question from the place that Tanya responded and from which I'm responding. That the problem of thought is a problem of the everyday.
Naomi.
And quickly, Tanya, there's a question regarding the use of feminism versus, I guess, maybe womanist, thinking of Walker's movement away from the term feminism.
Thanks for that question. So in relation to Winter, I think there's an interview where she says, quite frankly, you know, she was happy to call herself feminist, but then she realized that feminism was I'm paraphrasing here, was another kind of orthodoxy. And that when she started saying genre instead of gender, then there's a lot of pushback against a very dominant framing of feminism. So for me, you know, in my own work, I'm not particularly invested in whether or not the labels, whether or not, let's say, the Caribbean feminist activists I'm interviewing are always identified with feminism or as feminists, or the way that the term is fraught. I also don't see a necessity in sort of ceding the term to anybody else either, regardless of how you might be uncomfortable. I think their feminisms are plural, they're multiple, they're many. There are white supremacist feminisms. And, you know, for me, once you get away from the assuming that a feminism can ever be innocent, then there is, you know, for me, that let's name it something else or call it something else, or we need a specific name for what Black women are doing because it's separate from, like, there is no innocent ground. You need really the kind of praxis that you see from somebody like Andaye, who is always constantly engaging in self-critique about what is being done in the name of feminism, but not ever claiming that they might be some sort of pristine ground from which you are liberated from all of the other things in which feminism are implicated, like racism and homophobias and transphobias, that I think if you're understanding feminist intellectual histories, you see those as a part of that, and saying womanist versus feminist to me does not erase those or does not lead you to any sort of position of innocence. But I see in the chat, Carol Boyce Davies has, you know, you can read Winter herself on Beyond Liberal Marxist Feminisms, right, to understand the position.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Nyambi, for moderating this first panel. And thank you to all three presenters for some meaty considerations that you've given us with respect to Winterian thought. And now we move to panel number 2. If we all stay on, perhaps, as Nyambi indicated, if panelists wish to continue a conversation or respond to a question in the Q&A portal, by all means do that. And now at this time, I call on Dr. Saron Bryant to be the moderator for our second panel. Saron? Can you open your mic? Can you unmute?
Saron, you're still muted. You need to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Sorry, you all. Thank you. Okay, again, I'm Dr. Saron Bryant, an assistant professor at the University of the Bahamas, and we would like to welcome you to panel 2. Thank you, and very good presentations up to this point, very good discussion. Our 3 panelists are, I'll start with Dr. Alexis Pauline Gooms, who's an independent scholar, and her particular project, the title is Finding Ceremony, Sylvia Winter and Ancestral Listening. Then we'll go right to Mr. Brenton Boyd from Emory University. The title is Mambo Cecile Ceremony, Decolonial Afterworlds in the Winterian Science of Fabulation, followed by Dr. Nathan Sneza, and correct me if that's incorrect, I'm sorry, from the University of Richmond. The title is Sociogeny and Ceremony on the Educational Politics of Humanism. And I am excited to read their bios that they submitted. Dr. Alexis Pauline Gooms is a queer Black troublemaker and a Black feminist love evangelist. She walks in the legacy of Black lady school teachers in post-slavery communities who offered sacred educational space to the intergenerational newly free in exchange for the random necessities of life. As the first person to do archival research in the papers of Audre Lorde, June Jordan, and Lucille Clifton, while achieving her PhD in English, Africana Studies, and Women's Studies at Duke University, she honors the lives and creative works of Black feminist geniuses as sacred texts for all people. She believes that in the time we live in, access to the intersectional, holistic brilliance of the Black feminist tradition is as crucial as learning how to read. Her work in this lifetime is to facilitate infinite, unstoppable, ancestral love in practice. Her poetic works, in response to the needs of her cherished communities, have held space for multitudes in mourning and movement. Guns's co-edited volume of Revolutionary Mothering, Love on the Front Lines, has shifted the conversation on mothering, parenting, and queer transformation. She has transformed the scope of intellectual, creative, and oracular writing with her triptych of experimental works published by Duke University. Going on, unlike most academic texts, Alexis's work has inspired artists across form to create dance works, installation work, paintings, professionals, divination practices, operas, quilts, and more. From 2017 to 2019, Gun served as visiting Winton Chair at University of Minnesota, where she collaborated with Black feminist artists in the legacy of Laurie Carlos to create collaborative performances based on her books, Spill and M Archive. During that time, she served as dramaturg for the award-winning world premiere of Sharon Bridgeforth's That Black Mermaid Man Lady, directed by Ebony Noel Golden. Her book, Undrowned Black Feminist Lessons from Marine Mammals, is forthcoming from the AK Press in fall 2020. Well, it's already out. She is currently at work on multiple manuscripts, including The Eternal Life of Audre Lorde, Biography as Ceremony, and Go There, an engagement with the archive of Black feminist transnational practice spearheaded by Cheryl Green and Alexis DeVoe at Essence magazine from the 1970s to the 1990s. Then I'll go right to Brendan Boyd. Nice to see you again. Brenton Boyd is a PhD student in the Department of English at Emory University as a George W. Woodruff Fellow, Centennial Scholar, UNCF Mellon Mays Fellow, and IRT Associate. Their research on queer Caribbean literature and philosophy has been generously supported. His work is generally located at the intersections of Caribbean philosophy, gender and sexuality studies, and cultural studies. And lastly, or thirdly, we have Dr. Nathan Sneza. His work explores the ways that ideas about what it means to be human have been put to work in educational institutions, especially those that engage language, literacy, and literature. Drawing on work in the fields of posthumanism, new materialisms, queer and feminist theory, and critical ethnic studies, his work both critiques modern histories of schooling linked to humanism and tries to imagine alternatives. His first monograph, entitled Animate Literacies, Literature, Affect, and the Politics of Humanism, explores how non-human actors animate literacy events and how literacy practices animate subjects and political relations. It does so in part through analyses of literary texts by Toni Morrison, Frederick Douglass, Kate Chopin, Mary Shelley, James Joyce, Paul Preciado, and Jose Saramago. But it resituates familiar ideas about reading in wider, weirder networks, drawing on ethology, neuroscience, chemistry, affect, theory, ecology, and philosophies attentive to the agency of things. Politically, the book traces how the study of literature and literacy have been linked to a colonial capture of the human, and it draws on Sylvia Wynter's work to imagine alternative futures for politics and literary study. Dr. Sneza's next project, Turning Away from the Light, Endarkenment and the New Esotericism, proposes a speculative project for conceptualizing a range of contemporary theories, swirling around objects, systems, and affects as a new form of esotericism. The old esotericism included practices entangled with but officially excluded from Enlightenment knowledges, magic, numerology, vitalism, alchemy, witchcraft, by exploring literary and artistic texts in which these problems are taken up. Goethe's Faust, Maurice Conde's novels about witchcrafts, haunted house narratives, and contemporary feminist avant-garde music, he explores how new esotericisms not only continue a set of esoteric axioms about what knowledge is, they also portend the political and philosophical necessity of moving away from Enlightenment modes of thinking. By drawing on both Gothic art and contemporary feminist, queer, and decolonial scholarship, he proposes pedagogies oriented toward endarkenment, wanderings away from Enlightenment, rationality, coloniality, and social control. Dr. Sneza has co-edited 2 books of educational theory, Posthumanism and Educational Research and Pedagogical Matters, New Materialisms, and Cultural Studies, as well as 3 special issues of journals, Sylvia Wynter, The Human, and The Future of Curriculum Studies. School Sucks, that's the Journal of Curriculum and Pedagogy, and Posthumanisms. He is presently co-editing with Juliet Singh, a special issue of Social Text entitled Educational Undergrowth. We're happy to have the 3 of you all here, and we will go with Dr. Gomes first, followed by Brenton Boyd, followed by Dr. Sneza. Thank you.
Thank you. I am so honored and excited to be here. Every single presentation so far, I have questions, I have things that I wrote down and underlined and wrote stars around, and I really wish that we were in Nassau together to be having dinner later so we could talk more, but maybe there'll be a part 2. My name is Alexis Pauline Gumbs. I don't know how I spent an exceedingly long version of my bio that mentions everything except for the book that I'm here sharing about, but evidently that's what I did. And so what I would like to invite us to do is very much following from what, there's so much I want to say explicitly about what my colleagues have shared already, but I think what I'm going to do addresses it implicitly. So this is a very short ceremony. It draws on this book, dubbed Finding Ceremony, which is really in terms of a poetic Black practice of being, my experimentation with what Wynter's theory does within me and to all of the narratives of what it is to be who I am as a US-born daughter of Caribbean activists and so much more does. And so I want to ask you to participate with me from where you are, not just the flatness of our trying to comprehend and parsing and doing that necessary work that we need to do with Wynter's theory, but also understanding that, as Ronaldo Walcott just emphasized, this is our everyday. What it makes possible in our world is more than about what it takes to be present at this conference. It also includes what it takes for us to be present as who we are in a possible relation with each other. So I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment, but first I want to ask you if you will please breathe with me. So if you could put down anything you're holding, including your pen where you're drawing, hearts around my name on the program, or whatever you may be doing, you could let that go and maybe get even a little bit more grounded, if that means putting your feet on the ground or just fully reclining on your couch, wherever you are. And let's just take 3 deep breaths. So I'm going to mark my inhale and my exhale. You can breathe in time with me, or you can breathe at your own pace. Here we go. Inhaling and exhaling. And inhaling and exhaling. One more time, inhaling, maybe super loud exhale. Okay, we're here. And Saran, I think you're still unmuted. I love the sound of your breathing. So feel free to stay unmuted, but just wanted to let you know for consent recording purposes. So the second thing that I would love for us to do is to dedicate our participation in this moment to someone who is not part of the symposium that we know of, not participating, but who is part of why it has been so important for you to gather on this day in a Bahamian-led symposium about the great Sylvia Wynter and all of the pressing issues that Sylvia Wynter's work asks of us. So, for example, I'm dedicating my participation with gratitude to Brent Hayes Edwards, who is the person who first told me Sylvia Wynter's name and who mailed me through the snail mail the essay, Ethno or Sociopoetics, and who has exemplified a scholarly generosity that has been a theme of our time together today. And that's who I'm dedicating to. And you can write the name of someone in the chat who you're dedicating to. They may be part of your intellectual journey. They may be part of your personal life. I'm thinking about my parents and grandparents and what they were experiencing at the same time that Sylvia Wynter was writing in Jamaica Journal, for example. There may be people who come to mind for you. And we're getting some names in the chat. And as those come in, we just welcome that energy, understanding that as we think this through, we are never thinking it through alone. The stakes are always interdependent and move beyond us as individual thinkers. We are embedded and intertwined with the histories that constitute our presence here. And the third thing that I would love you to do is to think about what is the question of being that you have in this moment. And even though thoughts are things and all of this is real, this is different from the types of questions that we would ask or like we just had in the Q&A. This is a question that you don't have to share with anybody, but it's an existential question for you. So I'm thinking about my being and what it means for me to be here as someone, as first person speaking here without an accent of the Caribbean, for example, as somebody who was born in the United States and whose relationship to the Caribbean and to Wynter's work is threaded through ideas of diaspora. I'm thinking about what it means for me to be accountable to Caribbean-led critical thought in general and through Sylvia Wynter in particular. You may have a soul question that is there for you. You don't have to put it in the chat at all. It's really for you. And then the fourth and final thing before I move into this other mode is to choose a number between 1 and 13. Lucky number for you, between 1 and 13. Could be your favorite number. Could have to do with the question that you have. Maybe there's 3 parts to your question, like so many of us academically trained people have. Whatever number is there for you. As you sit with that, think through all of that, maybe write some of that down in your notebook or your journal. I am going to share some parts of this meditation dub. Each piece draws from a specific phrase from Sylvia Wynter's essays and one interview, that David Scott interview that we love. And these particularly that I'm going to share now come from when we mistook the map for the territory. I think that there's a lot around place. There's a lot about Black studies. There's a lot about the distinction between the chart of an experience and the relation that we're having that I'm hoping to work through and allow this to flow over you like a meditation. But I'm going to emphasize the numbers, and whatever number you chose, understand that as maybe the meditation you want to work with. And I guess I'll just tell you the page number in case you want to go to it later. Okay, so if you chose 1, first, the sound. You hear it even if no one else does, even if you wake and already don't remember. Second, the seconds. You feel the uptick in your heart, bringing you back into time. Third, the rise, as if you are pulled vertical across the floor And before you know it, you have taken several steps. It is a minute or so before you are you as you know you. In the rising, you could be any of us. That's page 11. And if you chose 2, this is for you. Save the top of your head for the water. Don't let the nonsense burn it out. Cleanse with salt and coolness. Thousands of years ago, it was a spout. Place your head in places worthy. Place your hands over your heart. Bless yourself with generations. That's a start. That's page 12. If you chose 3, this is for you. What the seaweed kept. Nails and hair, gems and metal, everything shiny lunged for by barracuda and dropped. The leavings of baby nurse sharks, their first teeth, bones and bracelets, long since unbraided rope, held out hope for undrowned possibilities, safety for the small enough, snack bar for the greedy, sand which knew itself before as glass, as shell, as pearl, as cartilage. There were names for some of these things before the tangle and the growing over, quiet dance of ransom, the sleeping weave of knots, the shelter of the dark in all this sun, the knowledge or the sense to root in somehow and keep hold. That's page 64. If you chose 4, this is for you. Let's say life is stretched out in your muscles or woven inside your bones, or tension in the tendons is what keeps you together. Somewhere in that mix is something that is not flesh, but life. Let's say that, and that what happens might cause life's silken threads, I imagine them as silver, to knot up, to contract, maybe to loop around as if they could make a spring of themselves to free you. But that freedom means a shorter and shorter life. And maybe that shorter life doesn't always look like years on the planet, but could look like time spent feeling joy or purposeful presence or legacy. Could life be all that, like the way you are remembered or not? If that was what life was, could I go in with fine-tooth comb and untangle, maybe use pliers where the wire is holding dear onto itself, ice pick, chisel, bone saw? Tell me what I would need to keep you longer. It can't be this far distance between us, the stretching out of all my useless screams. That's page 143. If you chose 5, this is for you. First, she gave away all her books. No, that wasn't really the first thing. That took a lot. First, she took care to memorize the names she heard as prayer and to pray them back 3 times at least. Then she started to trust herself to remember what she had learned from all the books, the reading of them and the writing of them. She had to trust the things that were not books and were not made by people. She had to trust the things that were not things, but God itself growing on earth itself as rock and information. She had to trust those things which were only as real as she was to prompt her memory or her knowing, or more than that, her pulse, her impulse to come out and make sound or movement. And she had to trust that those sounds and those movements could be enough for whoever was out there. And that she could live with it, forgive with it if they said, no, it isn't enough. Because how could she know the prayers of other people? How could she measure the listening of other people? How could she gauge the trust of other people when she was learning, still learning to trust herself and move? In the trust, she found out there were no other people, no out, she found in, and behold, to let go, everything was there. And it was then that she gave it all away, no matter how it looks. And the first things she gave up were all those books. That was page 170. If you chose 6, this is for you. some of the 1 million times that wrong was my name. When the white girls at school thought they were saying it and they weren't saying it. When you called and I saw and I wasn't doing anything and I still didn't pick up the phone. When I built a life specifically out of decisions designed to keep you from saying she isn't doing anything, and use that life of decisions I made to avoid the lot of you. When I said I couldn't, which is always a lie. When I didn't say what I didn't want because I thought silence would be better. When I trusted silence to protect me, even though Audre Lorde had already said. When I typed an email instead of shouting and didn't capitalize nothing but the grammatically required. When my sister gave me the look my mother gave us and closed the door. When I told them I was from New York because I thought no one had ever heard of New Jersey. When I told them I was from somewhere with one name. When I let the limits of their understanding be the limits of my communication because I just didn't want to be bothered. When I wasn't bothered by all the things. When I pretended to be concerned but was just bored and ready for you, whoever you are, to get to your next feeling or grow or something. When I assumed you already knew. When I thought I could punish you by being so stellarly, visibly amazing in your face. When I decided you weren't worthy of the time it takes to ask. When I hoarded all my words for the poems and said the people will be all right. When I spelled it, this is my name we're talking about, with letters only left by empires, only spellable in blood. When I fixated on how my baby brother said mud but didn't call the young man he became as much as I could have called. When I stalled on asking for anything because of how scared I was to know the no you had waiting for me and why. When I thought I wouldn't die so I could just do it later. That's page 171. And if you chose 7, this is for you. Some people talk about infectious disease, the germs brought by the cold people from the cold places after months of eating nothing but meal, and then they let their germs eat us alive and called us cannibals, the lies they tell on us. But what if there is a form of infection, more insidious and reproducible across generations, the form being the form itself? The form being the thing that brought them and made them bring us, the other us, is the same us because the form, before the form, or because of the form. Form meaning the form of life that would register as life from then on. It would manifest in several ways. Water in the mouth, lust over the possibility of a suit, a seemingly harmless question about whether you own a house, or decades of resentment over whether someone made something of themselves as if selves were made by selves themselves and designed to be improved upon like shelves of goods. As if by this manner we would sell ourselves and always come up short and then hate each other for it. As if we didn't need each other more than that. As if we got here, not of body, but initially of boat. As if every lie were true that they used on me and you. In other words, as if there was no such thing as life or love at all. That was page 196. And if you chose 8, this is for you. That is the problem with owning. It gets into your blood. It replaces your blood with something like a self-justifying story. The story circulates from your heart out to your hands, from your heart up to your brain. Oh no, in fact, that's not it. The story circulates from your brain to your hands, from your brain out your mouth. Your heart is cut out of the deal. And the story does not keep you warm. It is thinner than blood, if only slightly younger. It can belong to you and distract from other longings. Unlike blood, it only binds you to one life, the life you think they gave you, the life you made yourself. In the story, when God had a body, he used it to build things. He used it to show the possible, then he let it bleed out. Blood was what he shared at the table, or actually wine. Again and again, instead of blood, instead of water, take this cup from me, he said, like Moana in the Disney movie. Choose someone else. The thing is, there is no one else to look after, to be. There is no one left to thank you. Page 197. And if you chose 9, would you say they thought of themselves as Black? Or would you say they thought of themselves as light-skinned relative to somebody? Would they have explained their irrational admiration of the burning skinned, the pale white soldiers who stayed skin reddened by sun and mosquito bite, would you say it was convenience or striving that had them name everything hot they drank tea, when really it was made from cocoa or bush? I mean, whatever they actually had in the yard, and the yard was still not in India. What do you think they thought about the covetous hair of the Indio and coolie, by the way? How much do you think they thought about the meanings of their wants until they became cannot haves and cannot have nots? What kind of brown touches burnt enough to make black? Who among them was forced to remember their power and act? That's page 201. If you chose 10, you can see why they would believe in fairies in all that green. The sloping hills, even the mountains round like they had been there forever, where even the dead were walking distance from home, even if they had walked a very great distance to die. And they made their words round too, brewed drink too strong and then prided themselves on being strong enough to drink far too much of it. And they drank until they could see them, the fairy folk, see themselves in all their fairness or ruddy or cold. But after all, it was an island too, with its own volcanoes to remember. When I dream, sometimes I don't know which island until I wake up in all this heat. That was page 225. And if you chose 11, honey, follow the honey. That means your own sticky fingers to the jar, edges uncontainable, crystal into glass grooves, rivers of excess to the counter, glue of sweet knotting up the cloth, and of course, the divine dissolution in your dark leaves of tea, the destiny of your throat, the heat holding medicine, clearing you for song, even if it's the song of sitting here typing all day long. Follow the honey. What happens when you drop a glass jar on a brick floor and the sharp is slow, the coming apart, reluctant like your heart, brave, sharp, and shattered pieces held together only by the holding pattern of gold, the thick sweat of whole communities of bees, the crystalline structure remembered, what is happening in your shaking hands when you drop it like that, your glass heart holding years of work dropped now onto this brick floor of day. That's page 233. If you chose 12, add it up. Years of sand and salt. That way you have of breathing the calmest parts of the ocean. Poems half memorized and forgiven. Belief that you can float. Enough peace to actually float, at least a few minutes at a time. A place to go and eat and cry when you've lost too much weight to stay lost. The possibility of a personal writing retreat. The possibility of a group writing retreat. A place to come be with the moon. The subtle rewriting of spirit prompted by the month-long sound of the ocean. The mothering it invites with gratitude. The lagoon dreams. The names in Hudson's book. The beautiful painting of the woman giving birth to the world. The necklace that opened up your voice beyond lifetimes. We give what we give in form, and its form is not land. Last one, if you chose 13. When you carry it, it pushes on your shoulders. It pulls your muscles down. It slowly teases them apart from tendon. You tend towards the spineless when you carry all that wrong. When you carry it, it takes up your hands with invisible shaking. It is taking away their openness to something else. And when you love, you let it go. You put it down. You show your shoulders what to do with sky. And love is how, and love is when, and love is why. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gomes. Thank you very much. And that was powerful and beautiful. I'm literally reading the comments of the attendees here. Thank you very much. And just for the sake of time, we'll ask if you have any questions for Dr. Gomes to please put them in the chat. And if she's able to, we will get to them. You can specify her. Next, we'll go right on to Mr. Brenton Boyd. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant, for introducing me. And thank you for the organizers of this lovely event I know that you put a lot of effort into this and work, so I thank you for that. I thank you for the panelists that have gone before us and for the lovely wisdom you've dropped for us. And I thank you, Dr. Pauline Gumbs, for the light you've given us today. Your work has always been a light in the darkness for me. And to Dr. Sanaza, I'm also a very big fan of your work, and I look forward to what you have to offer us today. Again, my name is Brenton Boyd. I am a doctoral candidate at Emory University. I am getting my PhD in English with a focus in WGSS and philosophy. I want to begin this presentation by hanging a few constellations of excerpts from different pieces. On the one hand, I'm pulling from Sylvia Wynter. On the other hand, I'm pulling from Sonia Sanchez's poem, Black Magic. And at the beginning, I'm gonna pull from John 1:1. This presentation is entitled Mambo Cecile Ceremony, Decolonial Afterworlds and the Winterian Science of Fabulation. So John 1:1 states, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God. Sonia Sanchez's Black Magic poem states, magic is you turning my body into 1,000 smiles. Black magic is your touch making me breathe. And Sylvia Wynter writes, human beings are magical, bios and logos, words made flesh, muscle and bone, animated by hope and desire, belief materialized in deeds, deeds which crystallize our actualities. I will begin. What would it mean to be touched by the word if the word signifies an exorbitance to metaphysical containment, to narratological determinacy, to scientific rationalism, to tangibility and matter, to gravity itself? How might the word exceed that which, invoking Wynter, Amy Césaire, Edouard Glissant, and Jackie Alexander, delimits existence, not solely as being qua being, but as the where and how of reality? What if Blackness, like the word, hovers and surges through possibilities, and in doing so escapes this world? Let it be known that this world is a kingdom. It is the formal condition of possibility for man, for the positive of science, and for the colonialities of being, time, space, and power, which no less than the unfettered touch of Blackness, its profound eruption into afterworlds, which Sylvia Wynter calls the third event, can destroy. This paper will argue that we in the theophilosophical and anti-colonial legacy of Wynter seek ceremony for our code made flesh, sacraments, a manipulation of forces that will dethrone man too, as a synecdochic referent for the world before the literal earth is consumed by his greed. And I want to here separate the world from the earth as ideas. Here, after framing eschatology and phenomenology alongside Black liberation theology, I will read Wynter's foundational concept of the science of the word as encroaching upon an apocalyptic theopoetics whose utter revelation can be felt, glimpsed, and invoked by the fabulative powers of Homo narrans, which is the word made flesh and the flesh of the word, a quote, trans-epistemic, trans-natural scientific, cum trans-cosmogonic modality. And I take that from Wynter again, end quote. This is not a rehearsal of Wynter's intellectual development, but an attempt to witness to it. Concluding, I will briefly meditate on the unnamed Mambo and skeptical narrator of Alejo Carpentier's The Kingdom of This World as noetic proxies for the misrecognition or recognition of decolonial afterworlds. Part 1, on the beginning of the end, or phenomenology ruptured. An intellectual ancestor, performer, and polyglot, a griot of the Black touch, a mambo of pensée archipelagique, Sylvia Wynter has received no deficit of praise for her dynamic scholarship implicating the humanities, natural sciences, and social sciences, and a wide range of issues pertaining to the resolution and irresolution of the Western project. Indeed, no small feat, her ruptural interventions across disciplinary cosmogonies has informed ongoing trends in subfields directly pertaining to this paper, such as Black studies and decolonial thought. But few have engaged Wynter on a theological and specifically eschatological level. Although her concept of man within the coloniality of secular being historicizes the transition from medieval to European modern humanism and the morphogenetic fantasy of theocracy and classarchy, respectively. And despite her lifelong interest in Black religious and culture performance, Few post-Winturian thinkers have ruminated on the theopoetics of her most liberatory concepts, such as the science of the word and third event. To do these forerunners justice, I want to invoke Amy Césaire, James Cone, and Jackie Alexander very briefly as prototypes for a post-Winturian eschatology embattled by Western theology and phenomenology, and that, quote, area of experience we term the New World. In many ways, the 1939 publication of Césaire's Cahiers d'un retour au pays natal, which marked a turning point in Caribbean letters as Martinique transitioned from a French colony to an overseas department, originally poeticized this movement. His cryptic verse, "What can I do? One must begin somewhere." Begin what? The only thing in the world worth beginning, the end of the world, end quote, brings to mind James Cone's Black Theology of Liberation, which lambasts white missionaries' simultaneous wonder at the sublime unfolding of revelation and a desire for oppressed groups to passively await God's timing. Under this predestined eschatology, the reign of colonial racial heterosexist terror in this world is not inherently an urgent matter to God's kairos, which is timing. To eminentize the eschaton, or begin the end then, is to reject the foreclosure of kairos, and in the sense of our Black theology, to hold material conditions on earth alongside the metaphysical problem of the world. For Cone, quote, "We know what the end is when we face it head on, by refusing at the risk of death to tolerate present injustice." This Black liberation eschatology responds to the Holocaust of slavery and colonization, experiments in what my advisor Calvin Warren calls the ontological terror, and Winter, the proper epistemological Eurocentrism of theological and philosophical anthropology. But before we can believe that the enemy has no efficacy, to pull from Cone, we must consider how these anthropologies themselves overrepresent the world of man. Man one, the redeemed in the spirit self of the Christian, evokes Cone's white missionary. Man two, the biocentric rational self and political subject, fortifies the anthropology of what we now understand through Husserl, namely, as transcendental phenomenology. Phenomenology claims to describe and order the world, objects, and bodily perceptions into essences. It embraces the positivism of reduction, which is the bracketing of the subjective presumption, and attempts to capture human experience of the world in a rational science. There is no room for fabulation, difference, paradox, or destruction in phenomenology's essential order. Husserl writes, "It must bring the pure expression, must describe in terms of their essential concepts and governing formulae of essences." By eschewing subjective perception and imagination in reduction, Husserl stands above the world, which now becomes for him a phenomenon. This standing above the world, to whom the world is given, and for whom the world opens logically as an episteme to be conquered, is in lockstep with the coloniality of being, replicating the bio and logocentric ensembles of man. To return to Winter's formative coloniality of ABCD piece, any schemas and their formations of a general order of existence also function to ascribe the specific descriptive statement of the human, end quote. Our hegemonic description of being human also maps its specific criterion onto perception in order to schematize and conquer, perhaps, what can properly be recognized as reality in itself. And I emphasize the word proper here. In the political and theological tradition of Afro-Caribbean feminists, however, perception, in this case of Jackie Alexander's Pedagogies of Crossing, is inextricable from the violence, the longue durée of violence against the Black being in the afterlife of metaphysical Holocaust. No formal phenomenologist, Alexander offers a fundamentally different conception of the world, not as the order of essences, but as that which opens onto and as vulnerability. Vulnerability orients oneself differently to the comfortable, cum rational demeanor of Husserlian consciousness. And for Husserl, the world opens from the luxury of his chair, from comfort. In Alexander and perhaps Winter, vulnerability is an ontological dimension of those in the afterlife of crossing, begetting not a predisposition to domination, but a sensation of empathy that positions Black life in the blur of objects, subjects, non-human beings, and intangible forces. A Kantian split between worlds cannot account for the conditions wherein the, quote, neocolonial state managed to adhere the feminization of nature to symbols of unspoiled virgin territory, waiting to be transformed and possessed, end quote. This feminization blurs distinctions between flesh and sand, blood and water. Blackness and devastating poetry hovers in the fabulative capacity of the blur and the afterlife of the end. Pedagogies is meant to evoke the dark history of the crossroads of the space of convergence and endless possibility. This rapturous convergence parallels the bios mythoi of hybridity in Winter's Homo narrans as a convergence of living matter, word, and pure possibility. An expansive memory refusing to be housed in any single place, bound by the limits of time, enclosed within the outlines of a map, encased in a body. This refuses singular presence, essence, or episteme. Those touched by crossing inhabit multiple worlds or not at all. The demonic grounds, to pull from Winter again, of this refusal requires, perhaps, a dark science. Next section is dark science, the word and metamorphosis in Black. In her essays, The Ceremony Must Be Found and The Ceremony Found, I locate Winter's potential contribution to our developing sense of the science of Black eschatology. To begin the end, quote, the rewriting of knowledge must necessarily entail the unwriting of our present normative defining of the secular mode of the subject, end quote. It's again, quote, new studia will set out to provide the new cognizing basis for the autonomy of our species, i.e. Homo narrans, now kin recognizing orders of consciousness and elected by means of Césaire's new proposed and hybrid science of the word as code, and whose proposed practice is that of the autopoetic turn or overturn, end quote. Allow me to offer a three-pronged argument for simplicity's sake. I want to suggest in an echo of Winturian thought that the technologies of hegemonic onto epistemology installing proper being in the world, proper noumenality, proper rationality can only propagate that which sustains Eurocentrism. My second contention is that these technologies delegitimize the power of the word while positing a false absolute in the form of the world, phenomenology's milieu. And finally, Winter's bios mythoi hybridity is an eminent critique of the proper that conjures the science of the word to unsettle the properly epistemological imperialism of coloniality modernity. This, quote, underlife provides an alternative mode of reason, a social mode of reason that at present exists diffused in multiple forms of radical American revolt, end quote. Homo narrans emerges at the crossroads of this world to destroy it from the within, and afterwards to fabulate existence otherwise through the word. The Fanonian sociogenic principle informing Winter's science, the alchemical transmutation of fabulation into experience, and vice versa, the leap into invention that ruptures this world's mode of being human, also ruptures the biosemic narrative of Black's genetic fallenness, while extruding the limit scientific rationalism places on existential possibility. Here, Blackness, the word, straddles everything and nothing, subterranean and galactic, tangible and intangible, form and formlessness, science and magic. It is trans-epistemic, trans-creedal, and trans-cosmogonic. I read Homo narrans as metamorphosis and permanence incarnate, as code made flesh, a mambo, a polymorph, a vestibule of spirit, a harbinger of chaos. This should come as no surprise for Caribbean diasporics and Caribbeanists, whose corpus, Sylvia Winter's corpus, exudes the linguistic flows, processes, cultural rituals, lived philosophies, and internal complexities of the Caribbean. As far as I'm concerned, Winter's Caribbean may be held up as a spatial dimension of the dark science of the word, in part by its exigency that conjures a very Glissantian aesthetics of chaos, with every last detail as complex as the whole that cannot be reduced, simplified, or normalized. Chaos mind. Glissant's concept of a world that rejects schema stands in relation to the possibilities of Homo narrans. Homo narrans is not one. Winter will posit in Black knowledge's Black struggles that our codes are invented and transformatively reinvented without origin. Habitation of the world is pluralistic, interminable. unlike Western phenomenology's habitation of this world, which is singular and finite. Furthermore, echoing Amy Césaire's seminal preface in Poetry and Knowledge, in which poetic knowledge is born in the great silence of scientific knowledge, Winter might extend a visual metaphor, and that the science of the word emerges from the dark sciences and dark shadows cast by that facile and passive knowledge of this weaker science. To reiterate, while she's perhaps known for these transdisciplinary engagements between science and arts, Winter lodges a powerful critique of the colonial underpinnings of scientific thought. Following Levi-Strauss, the means by which Western man, quote, attributed the natural power of phenomena to his own actions was an assumption of a prior science, of a mode of scientific thought adapted to discoveries of the colonial type and enforced transparencies. Her unpublished manuscript, Black Metamorphoses, is uninterested in emulating the proper methods and desired outcomes of scientific rationalism. Rather, it inverts its logic in order to pantomime onto epistemologies of Black underlife and afterworlds, its spiritual and fabulative enterprises that capture not only the socio-historical processes of Black cultural indigenization, but the anti-colonial desire for a plurality of being, of presence that exists before, during, and after the Holocaust of slavery. Winter will raise Negro spirituals and Black Atlantis performances as indicative of this powerful expression of uncolonized desire, of a longing, which she calls that which subverts the monolithic desire to be one and only producer, end quote. I posit the world, its violent kingdom, as a metonym for this monolithic desire to capture, to know, and to schematize existence. As a literary theorist by training, I would contend that literature opens up the afterworldly space of uncolonized desire for existence otherwise. But as a performer, informed by Winter's early scholarship on Caribbean cultural studies, I will suggest that the possibility of performing within and as the science of the word frames the body in ecstatic relation to man's science of this world and resistance to this world. The flesh of Homo narrans, which I will call the flesh of the word in response to Merleau-Ponty, cannot be subjected to reduction because its sensorium surges across modes of existence, touched by impermanence, and delivered from the gravitational logics of man. Plural and infinite, the techne of its dark science escapes the schematic and transparent episteme of science's pure logic. Controversially, perhaps, it would reject phenomenological premises that humans exist in the same world in the first place, even as its imminent power to destroy the kingdom of this world, capital W, aligns it with our decolonial theory practice. That is, this works to suture the negative term of non-being that grounds the human social experience of being in a mythic lack. Man needs the world to furnish and contain the myth of Black pathology, to update the technologies of phenomenological terror, to convince its non-beings that there is no escape from the world.
Excuse me, Brenton?
Yes.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to begin the conclusion of this paper by offering performance as it emerges, not solely in a Winterian sense or in my own personal experience performance, but as we might perceive it manifesting like a witch's flight in the work of Alejo Carpentier. And I will try to get through this so that I can hit the correct time. Carpentier's literary account of the revolution is at once testament to the possibility of thinking with Black Atlantic religion as a side of possibility and truth, albeit limited. Its early pages are dedicated to the events leading up to the upheaval, in which Mackandal fulfills his promise to remain in the kingdom of this world despite threats to his life. As in many semi-historical accounts of the revolution, however, Carpentier fails to account for the number of mixed race and African women who participated in the ceremonies leading up to the revolution itself, and allowing Mackandal to represent the height of spiritual power. In this way, Cecile Fatima, the unnamed mambo of this Bois Caiman ceremony, goes unnamed. And instead, a feminine collective emerges in this work. So it becomes like a Sycorax figure. And it harbors a great deal of power, however, in organizing the ceremony and invoking law in Mackandal's absence. I want to move forward now. Mackandal does inhabit other worlds, however, in the case of his cycle of metamorphoses, which allows him to enter the world of insects and others. For me, Mackendall's missing limb, perceived and absent, is a referent for the impossibility of complete freedom in this world. When he shakes his stomp, for me, that is a direct engagement with the forces of this world. But the narrator goes on to assert that when Mackendall flies into the air in the moment, at least according to those engaged in the ceremony, that he had in fact been thrust into the fire. I want to push against this Carpentier's literary style of la real maravilloso, and that it commits to a shared singular reality, which Winter's spirit in the science of the word is about multiplicity, in which the world erupts into multiplicities, undermining any stability of a singular real here or elsewhere. That is, there is free play. There is no need for a central real or external marvelous from which surrealism draws its work. And I'll move on to my conclusion now. The word does not furnish essences for this world. To repurpose and repose Frank Wilderson's famous question, why does one perform in and for a world that is forced upon one the cartographic and temporal injunctions that are already operative? Performance might answer, because my body stages an insurrection against its injunctions, because perception of my body through the word does not correspond to intentional consciousness furnishing form of the world, because the pure logic of this world cannot contain my rapturous word, because this register of Blackness has been refused and now refuses proper being in the world, because we must begin to end this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenton. Okay, and we'll just go right on to Dr. Sneza.
If I may, just before you start, I'm so sorry for the interruption, just to get us all on the same page. We are running behind, and so Sneza has his 20 minutes, following, which will go until, what's it now, 20 minutes hence, and then we'll have 10 minutes at the end for Q&A before the vote of thanks and wrapping up. Thank you so much.
Everyone, I'm feeling an overfullness of love for everybody who has spoken today, and I hope what I'm about to read expresses some of that. When I received Marie's invitation to be a panelist today at this event celebrating the life and work of Sylvia Wynter, I immediately knew that I would accept. In fact, it didn't feel like a question of my will. There was something about the invitation that disallowed the kinds of questions that were taught to pile up around something called choice. Although I could not have said no, could not have refused this particular invocation of hospitality, this calling in, I'm interested in thinking about that condition. An affirmative answer to a call to speak that felt less like a decision than a joyful participation in worlds far larger than I can really know, where there is a will at play, but one that is not mine. The worlds that I move through or prefer to move through as often as I can celebrate Sylvia Wynter. And whatever I am here today, it's a complex expression of that. I'm reminded of the linguistic and conceptual relations between thinking and thanking, at least in the Germanic languages. Because I can no longer think about anything without engaging with Sylvia Wynter's words, her phrases, her sentences that pursue expansive grammars capable of holding together so many disparate and difficult things without ever giving in to homogenizing violence. I wonder what it would mean to say that I offer all of my thought as thanks for what Wynter has given us. Here again, though, I worry about this I, because I constantly feel myself thinking in relation to others thinking in relation to Wynter. And today I want to celebrate them too, you, us. Thinking with is thanking. I want to celebrate what I could call, evoking Stefano Harney and Fred Moten's term, the study of Wynter. And I want to celebrate that double genitive that disrupts familiar ideas about agency and subjectivity. In reading Wynter's texts, so-called objects, we inherit something of her subjectivity, her will, her project of conjuring new worlds beyond coloniality. Most of my work is animated by thinking about how ideas about the human get put to work in educational institutions and practices, especially those that engage language and literary texts. Before finding winter, I was grappling with how a Eurocentric tradition considered the human in two distinct but complexly related ways. It is, on the one hand, a specific kind of entity in the world. You could call it ontological or biological. And it is a telos, the result of a particular educational or civilizing encounter process. I understood that the gap between these gave the liberal European tradition and the imperialist states that emerged with it an enormous amount of flexibility in producing and managing dehumanization. And because I've been reading in and around academic fields like posthumanism, new materialism, animal studies, and queer theory, I often felt like the necessary conceptual and pragmatic response here was to abolish the human, to disidentify with it, to seek to become something else. And I owe my friend Mina Caravanta for helping me to see how Winter's work could transform my thinking. Winter's insistence that the human is a verb, not a noun, immediately reshaped my approach to the politics of humanism. Where I had been struggling to understand and name processes that unfolded between two nominalized conceptions of the human, Winter's formulation suggests that the human is neither of those things. The human is, like any other entity, an open, enduring, autopoietic process that evolves relationally within unfolding worlds. But in certain environments, some genres of human as verb will solidify, and at least in one of them, it has also assigned itself the task of universal homogenization. Winter calls this particular genre of the human as verb man, which I think we can reductively, but not inaccurately, say is the imperialist, white, secularist, heteropatriarchal liberal self, or roughly what Denise Ferreira da Silva calls the post-Enlightenment subject. Winter gave me language to disentangle education generally from the kinds of humanizing education that have been institutionalized in most forms of Eurocentric and now global schooling. Instead of an education geared toward what the Universal Declaration of Human Rights calls education, quote, for the development of full human personality, where I note that that full holds open the possible gap in which the less than fully human is produced. We might imagine education instead geared not just toward inventing different genres of human as verb, but toward the ongoing preservation and endurance of those many genres of the human marked by man for extermination, capture, exploitation, expropriation. Liberal humanism, Candace Chu tells us, posits the sovereignty and autochthony of the human even as or precisely because it justifies the conquest and dispossession, enslavement and eradication that constitute the courts of liberalism in its intimate partnership with capitalism. In her genealogy of the present order's descriptive statement of the hegemonic genre of the human, man, Winter articulates a complex ontology where storytelling, bodies, and relationality spreading beyond the human mutually co-compose each other. Much of my work on humanizing education and its crushing, if banal, violence has been articulated around two of Winter's concepts that persistently resonate with each other: ceremony and sociogeny. Her 1984 essay, The Ceremony Must Be Found, articulates a genealogy of her present moment, shaped by the institutionalization of Black studies and other fields of minority knowledge in US universities following an explosion of demand made by radical social movements that turns on three threshold moments. In the first, she analyzes, quote, the founding heresy of the original Studia Humanitatis in the site that we now describe as the hinge between the Middle Ages and early modernity's Renaissance. The Studia authorized a fundamental mutation and reversal in the order of things, putting natural causality in the place of divine causality. In this mutation, the newly constituted field, which retroactively posits itself in history, of literature plays a privileged role. Of this moment, Winter writes, quote, it was to be an utterly new way of feeling, of imagining self and world, and a mode of imagination that would no longer find its referential figurative auctoritas in the great religious schemas and symbols, but rather in a new referential figurative auctoritas, that of the fictional, poetic, dramatic schemas of the phenomenon we call literature. Winter's second threshold takes shape in the 18th and 19th centuries, ultimately being marked by both the institutional codification of the disciplines, including the literary humanities, as part of, quote, the 19th century's reordering of the episteme, and by that same moment's reorganization of the sciences. Together, these shifts would authorize what Winter calls a new bio-ontological form, what her later work calls the human's biocentric descriptive statement. This threshold mutation in the work of ordering done by constitutive outsides appertains to what she calls the new plantation orders of coloniality. Specifically, this descriptive ordering statement about the human requires, quote, the active creation of the types of chaos which the dominant model needs for the replication of its own system, end quote. Hierarchical, differential modes of a universal humanization are ordered not exactly through the exclusion of constitutive outsides, but their production as particular limits within taxonomies of humanness. Zakiya Amon-Jackson argues that animalization is not incompatible with humanization. What is commonly deemed dehumanization is, in the main, more accurately interpreted as the violence of humanization, or the burden of inclusion into a racially hierarchized universal humanity. Here, those Fanon would call les damnés function as the liminal subjects consigned to violence upon which the ordered stability of the universal human depends. As Tiffany Lethabo King argues, for Winter, the epistemological revolution of Enlightenment man requires the Negro as an irrational and sensual human other, end quote. The third threshold moment for Winter is speculative, or as I would prefer to put it here, subjunctive. It is the not yet toward which we always reach in our praxis. Conceptualized under the heading of ceremony, I want to approach it by backing up to describe the mechanism that Winter theorizes across several essays that allows descriptive statements to have the power to overrepresent man as the human, since that will be the power ceremony has to access in order to turn us away from man. In the 1984 essay, Winter draws on cybernetics, the work of Chilean biologists Humberto Maturana and Francisco Varela, in order to argue that discourses, or descriptive statements, enter into human and presumably but ambiguously more than human autopoietic life. Referring to the normative defining of the secular mode of the subject, Winter insists on the present participle, quote, defining rather than definition, because the latter does not exist as a reality except by and through our collective system of behaviors, systems which are themselves oriented by the ordering modes of knowing or epistemes of each human system. Which is to say, for the human, the environment each of us responds to as an autopoietic system includes an ensemble of discourses constituting a social world that becomes part of the human's bioaffective apparatus. A human being, quote, brings that specific normative template of identity into living being, unquote. Winter here uses the concept of psychogeny to signal how, quote, the self-imagined, self-troping self now came to function as the final formal cause which determined behavior for the human as the mode of genetic speciation had determined behaviors for other biological organisms. For the hominid into human, psychogeny replaces phylogeny as the determinant of its cognitive mechanisms or ratiomorphic apparatuses, end quote. By the time she published her 2001 essay toward the sociogenic principle, Winter would drop psychogeny in favor of sociogeny, a concept she takes from Frantz Fanon's Black Skin, White Masks. She writes, the proposal here is that Fanon's thesis, that besides phylogeny and ontogeny stands sociogeny, reveals that the cultural construction of specific qualitative mental states, such as the aversion of white Europeans and Blacks ourselves to our skin color and physiognomy, are states specific to the mode of subjective experience defining what it is like to be human within the terms of our present culture's conception of what it is to be human, end quote. By theorizing what David Chalmers calls underlying physical processes, Winter uses cybernetics to reconfigure Fanon's psychoanalytic claim into one about how specific biocultural individuals come into being in a natural, climatological, and cultural social environment. Here, subject formation takes place in shifting material conditions that include the discursive, and the global production of narratives is plugged directly into the autopoietic systems of human beings and their affective apparatuses. The stories that circulating that describe the human materially reconfigure our humanness and our experience of what it is like to be human. While I have found sociogeny an enormously productive concept in much of my work, in this context, I want to return to the 1984 essay and its language. Taking up what Julietta Singh might call a dehumanist perspective, Winter writes that the view from the Black Cultural Center, which, as she describes it, is on the edges of campus, accessible only by climbing up some muddy hills, therefore insists heretically that far from literature having no function, as it is assumed, it is we who are the function. It is as specific modes of imagining subjects of the aesthetic orders, which literature figuration word weaves in great feats of rhetorical engineering, that we come to imagine experience ourselves, our modes of being, end quote. Since literature, or more broadly, stories, create us as functions, the political futures Winter writes toward turn out to adhere in heretical storytelling events she calls ceremony. Ceremony names events in which stories articulate shifts in our nature cultural functioning, opening us toward different futures and hopefully different worlds in which different genres of the human, or what Jana Brown calls new genres of existence, not just man as overrepresentation, can flourish in relation to specific knowledge practices. We are, for Winter, in the midst of a moment in which new ceremonies are emerging, authorizing different non-man genres of the human through the production and eventual ceremonial lingering with new and old stories. These storytelling ceremonies would no longer articulate a universal, global human, internally rent by anti-Black, colonialist, ableist, and cis-heteropatriarchal hierarchies, but a proliferating field of knowledge practices, which are always expressive of more than human social milieu, and which subtend and animate differential modes or genres of being human. While these futures are irreducibly multiple, in our present, Winter calls us to collate, affiliate, and amplify resonances linking struggles against man. Talking about the radical social movements of the 1960s, she writes in an interview with Catherine McKittrick, momentarily they were all making these changes all together. But when you separate them, you retreat into the bourgeois order of things, end quote. Ceremony might connect, however ephemerally and contingently, us all. Where this all stretches far beyond anthropocentrism toward what Alexis Pauline Gumbs has called kindred beyond taxonomy. As Catherine McKittrick puts it, Winter methodologizes the unfinished possibilities of collective struggle and invites us to a manifestation of new ways of living with each other that emerges from an interspecies, inter-ecological schema. I've been thinking a lot about this ceremony, and in particular, how it might help us name everyday moments in which other worlds flash into feltness, into an often blurry vision that animates our present differently. As I've been reading Winter, I've kept coming back to thinking about Alexis's work. I mean her book, Dub, which, like Spill and Archive before it, elaborates whole worlds of sensuous perceptual relationality by taking off from sentences by Winter and Hortense Spillers and M. Jackie Alexander. Since she's already given us a sense of what that work is today, I want to end by talking about an event she participated in at the University of Richmond, where I work, in 2019. The event was a ceremony in the banal sense. Donors and alumni visited to celebrate the 40th anniversary of a feminist student organization. The university president spoke. There was expensive catering. Alexis read from her work, mostly from M Archive, and told stories, mostly about Toni Cade Bambara, Octavia Butler, June Jordan, and Audre Lorde. For each of these elders, ancestors, she told a story that led to a phrase, which she then spun into magic, inviting those of us in attendance into her conjuring. We intoned with her the first poem of Lauren's we read in Octavia Butler's Parable of the Sower. Whatever you touch, you change. Whatever you change, changes you. Repetition and participation remake these lines into a prayer, a collective summoning of different futures in the present that arrive to affectively animate us, because the tapping into the ways these lines carry and preserve a different genre of humaning, or they can. Alexis's presence that night opened something up in that space, unevenly, and maybe not for everyone, in which the sacredness of this world and its potential futures was manifest. Intoning Butler's words with Alexis and everyone in the room, what I felt was an immense force. We might think of it as spiritual, but it's highly material. Moving through the world I inhabit, but often just out of my perceptual or attentive reach. And in being touched by it, the necessity now of non-man humaning courses through me, animating my I as part of itself, a part of the world in its ongoing becoming toward what Winter might call worlds after humanism. This is what story can do, what ceremony can do. And it's what I try to learn every day as I engage the study of Winter with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Snaza. Thank you. Thank you. Great panel. Great panel. We have about, I will say about 10 minutes for some questions. So if we have any specific questions, we can put them in the chat. I don't think I'll be able to acknowledge hands of the attendees, but if you could place them in the chat, I'll acknowledge them and I'll field them to the panelists. Okay. Let's see. And I'll read one for Dr. Snaza. Dr. Snaza, how can Winter's thinking help us understand the coloniality of language education? That's the first part of the question. Also, how might the idea of sociogeny, speak to emergent theories such as ratiolinguistics and translanguaging? That's a language as a verb rather than a noun. Thank you, BJ.
That's a beautiful question, and one I try to wrestle with in a lot of my work. And I think, you know, in lieu of a more complicated answer that would take a while, I might say a couple of quick things. And one is, you know, I worry a lot about what it means to teach in colonial languages, right? And I think in the global system, when you find yourself in a department of English or Spanish or French, That's a space of radical non-innocence, where I think kind of the medium in which the exchange happened already frames things in a certain kind of colonial grammar. And the question becomes how to kind of resist that, right? And I think one of the ways that a lot of people have found to disrupt that is really working against this notion of the proper that's come up a number of times today. I think Brenton was very eloquent on this. What does it mean to kind of like refuse the proper mode of the classroom, the proper form of the essay, the proper ways that we speak to each other, and how do we kind of open that up to this pluriversal languaging? And I think some of these other fields that the question mentions are very interesting, right? And I think those fields are doing work that I think we can easily see along those lines. One of the very simple ways that I've been thinking about this, I evoked Julietta Singh's concept of dehumanism from her work on thinking mastery. I think many of you might know Paulo Freire and the kind of decolonial tradition of education here too, but like, how do we refuse this idea that the teacher knows, right? And the students are unknowing. And I think we do that in the ways that we work with very young people to acquire language, right? And, like I spend a lot of time with little kids who are amazing and brilliant and inventing worlds all the time that we kind of shut down as adults, right? But how do we refuse that mastery, right? How do we refuse that control, that desire to be the one who knows in the language classroom, right? By holding up which are the appropriate texts to read, what are the acceptable interpretations of those texts. And so I think much more interesting things happen when you do that. I know that's a very partial answer.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if we have some more questions. More questions from the attendees. Okay. The second presenter, we have one for Brenton. Okay. Can you say more about performance and flesh? Thank you, Adriana.
Yes, thank you very much for that question, Adriana. That's something that has been circulating throughout my research now for the past 2 years, and I'm somewhat new to performance studies, so I'm not sure that I'm even necessarily the arbiter of how I would describe performance in this sense. The way in which that I approach performance, at least at the level of my mentoring engagement here, is very much so coming out of post-structural and a critique of a metaphysical presence that performance theory tends to embrace these days. I'm thinking specifically of the ways in which we understand performance as something that cannot be reproduced, something that cannot inherently be returned to, something that cannot be done again, something that furthermore only exists in duration, exists in time. Performance and time, per my understanding at least, they are a very intriguing relation for what I'm going for, of this idea of flesh. And I am really pulling of flesh in a very Merleau-Pontian sense, the flesh of the world, which takes a very different way of understanding flesh, for example, in a Spillersian sense of flesh. The way in which I'm thinking about performance and flesh in this context specifically is in thinking about the way in which performance offers almost a radical habitation of the impossibility, again, of reproduction in this sense. And I think it also lodges a critique of a Marxist way of thinking about reproduction furthermore, and about the ways in which reproduction in itself, especially for those of us who are thinking about performance with regards to the cultural industry, right, resist the sort of capitalistic technologies of reproduction. And for me, how I'm seeing performance in flesh now is that it's resisting reproduction, and it's resisting a certain form of transduration that I am arguing perhaps that the metaphysical colonial world and the installations of time would produce. And for me, I'm reading again in this Winterian sense, performance is not just, again, that entity that resists capture. Performance also, it serves the purpose, especially thinking of Black metamorphoses in this sense, of solidifying cultural bonds. It's ritual, right? And so for me, I'm thinking about this sort of like R.A. Judy's sentient flesh as well, in the sense that there is almost a rapturous and excessive habitation of flesh that performance does. And it does something with the science of the word. For me and my purposes, that is, again, rapturous, that has the capacity to destroy linear teleologies of time itself, the capacity to destroy singular flesh. And furthermore, I'm also thinking that flesh is not necessarily about individuation. For me, flesh is more so about trans-individuation. It's about the ways in which our bodies extend into each other, and into objects, and into other worlds. And so that's how I'm reading performance and flesh in this sense. And I'd love to think further about this because I think this is a great question. But I'll keep it at that. If you want to have a follow-up, Adriana, I would love to hear that. But that's sort of where I'm thinking right now about performance and flesh. Thank you.
Okay. We may have time. Thank you, Brenton. We may have time for one more question, and even if we don't, we're fine. I'm just searching for the questions to see if we have another one. And yes, Adriana would love to talk more, Brenton, for that. Okay. And let's see here. We don't, okay. Are there any more questions?
Okay, at this juncture, I think.
Just one quick question. We wanted somebody who has a title, who wants a title, Dr. Searsing. It's Dr. Sneza, can you repeat the title of the article on rethinking mastery?
Yeah, it's a book called Unthinking Mastery by Julietta Singh, S-I-N-G-H.
Okay, thank you, Sarah Ann. And I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Searsing.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bryant, for moderating this second and final panel. I just would like to thank all of you, and all of you are specially invited panelists who accepted the invitation happily for us as we relaunch CCSS after the brief hiatus that was brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. So the conversation has been rich. I thank you for this very rich tapestry of intellectual, I want to say creative, artistic, and indeed spiritual engagement with Sylvia Wynter's thought and Sylvia Wynter's work. And this has been a space of really fruitful conversation, so diverse the perspectives and all so very rich indeed. So a special thanks to the panelists. And just by way of housekeeping, I'd also like to thank our University of the Bahamas Office of University Relations for their PR, the College of Liberal and Fine Arts, specifically our Dean, Douglas Barkey, for his participation, Dr. Margaret Brooks-Jones, former Dean, who also lent her support to this effort, Mrs. Sophia Ferguson-Roll for administrative assistance with this project. Our committee comprises myself, the chair, Dr. Craig Smith, Dr. Nyambe Hall-Campbell Dean, Dr. Rhoda Arundel, and Dr. Sarah Bryant. Thanks to all of you. To our keynote, Dr. Erin Kamugisha from Smith College, professor there. Thank you very much for your words, your clarification, all these gems that you've also since been dropping in the chat. Thank you very much for your very engaging keynote. And to the panelists, Dr. Chris Manjapra from Tufts University, Dr. Tanya Haynes, University of the West Indies, Cave Hill campus, Dr. Alexis Pauline Gums, independent scholar, Dr. Rinaldo Walcott, University of Toronto, Dr. Nathan Sneza, University of Richmond, see I corrected that, Nathan, and Mr. Brenton Boyd, Emory University. A rich combination from very diverse schools, universities across the United States, Canada, the Caribbean. So, it made for really, really very compelling and very rich conversation here, which hopefully can continue in some informal way, you know, as you make your contacts and continue, and indeed with us. We look forward to, of course, the continuation of CCSS next year. We will send the notices out very early so that everybody's, you know, on target as to what our focus is going to be. Once again, well, I'll give Craig Smith the last word. I see him chomping at the bits there. He has something else to say to conclude, but thank you all very much. It's been a superb and fantastic experience. Craig.
All right, just to conclude, I want to, first of all, really send a special thank you to Dr. Marie Searsing for all of her efforts in organizing and contacting all of the presenters. And so, Dr. Searsing, thank you very much for your hard work pulling this together. I also wanted to invite our guest speakers and all the other guests as well. As I mentioned earlier, an outshoot of the Critical Caribbean Symposium is the community conversations. And what the community conversations is, during the spring semester, once per month, we take an idea that was presented during the symposia and try to expand it out a little bit or focus on that a little bit. And so, you know, hopefully there may be some of you who might be interested in being a part of the community conversation panel discussions in the spring. And if you are, you can always reach out to myself or Dr. Searsing, our names at ub.edu.bs, but we will probably be reaching out to some of you as well. So hopefully you'll be inclined to accept those invitations to be a part of the community conversations in the spring. I also wanted to, as Dr. Searsing invited you all, I really wanted to invite you all to think about being a part of the Critical Caribbean Symposia series next fall. The Zoom online modality is great, but one of the things that we pride ourselves on with CCSS is really creating, inviting people to the Bahamas and having people experience the Bahamas. I know someone said earlier, Dr. Gum said, you know, it would have been nice to have dinner and talk to folks. And that's, you know, one of the things that we like to do here. We want people to come to the Bahamas. We want people to come to the University of the Bahamas. We want you to interact and meet each other and have our food and go out and hang out and maybe have a drink at the rum shop. You know, so that is definitely a part of the experience of Critical Caribbean Symposium. So hopefully by next year, we will be beyond COVID as much as we can be. And you all will think about joining us here at University of the Bahamas in Nassau for our next symposium. So please keep an eye out. I know that some people were interested in the recording of today's sessions. So we will post the recording on our Facebook page, but you can also send myself or Dr. Searsing an email and we can send you the link directly. So thank you all very much. You made this 10th year / 11th year anniversary very special for us. And so thank you all very much.
And planted much food for thought. Good to meet you. And thank you very much. Let's continue. Wonderful.
All right.
Great. Have a good day, everybody.
Great
Take
weekend.
care.
Bye.